Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Today is call court to order. Today is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Wednesday, July 8th, 2026 at 4:28 p.m.
Thank you. And when we're finished with business today, we'll recess and start again tomorrow at 1:30. This time, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance All right, if there's any members of the public who want to speak to the court on business matters, please come forward at this time. Good morning. If you'll give your name and where you live, and we allow 3 minutes, and we're not able to respond back, but we'll just do the deal.
Good evening, members of the court. My name is Bryce Chapman. I live at 371 Taylor Lane. That's over in Precinct 3, just off of Fort Graham Road. I'm here to ensure light is brought on an issue happening in our community, not far away or in some distant governmental entity, but an issue here, in our backyard, in our neighborhoods. You see, I've given my life to service. I worked for the McLennan County Sheriff's Office full-time for 8 years, and about 1.5 years as a reserve donating my time to the community. In my time, I served as a patrolman. I was the county's first special operations deputy. I've done things from flying helicopters for the county to serving on the SWAT team, the Marine Safety Unit, being attached to the bomb squad. I built the unmanned drone team that the community has used for the last 3 years. I took a major role in developing the department's driver safety training program, and I was a firearms training officer, as well as most recently being the department's primary field training officer. In that time, I've seen things. I've been observant through my years of service, and I've seen things that go against my oaths that I've sworn to my country and to my community. Things that violate the very fabric of beliefs that I've spent my entire adult life fighting for, both overseas and day to day in the streets of my local community to uphold. I've seen the leaders at the Sheriff's Office not only commit crimes, but quite literally teach officers how to violate civil rights. Earlier this year, I started the process of attempting to hold the department accountable for those actions. By doing so, I was forcibly resigned by the fearful, cowardly leaders at the McLennan County Sheriff's Office. You see, I didn't just start to make claims without evidence or a leg to stand on. I did so with presentation of documentation and the best evidence that an individual could keep, at least someone who was kept at arm's length due to my continued stance of intolerance for improper behavior. I presented claims and evidence of those improper behaviors, and in so doing, I was forced to resign. However, the department and leaders knew beyond a doubt that I had more to say, but they wanted me gone before I could bring those things to light. Why would they do that, some would ask? Well, I'm here to tell you. It is because the command leadership of the McLennan County Sheriff's Office is corrupt. Merriam-Webster defines corruption as dishonest or illegal behavior by a person in a position of power, namely a police officer or a government official. Well, we have both here. Furthermore, let's define dishonest. It's characterized by a lack of truth, honesty, or trustworthiness. You see, I proved instances of dishonesty to the highest levels of the department by leaders at the Sheriff's Office, and I was dismissed due to claims of, quote, well, I don't think they were lying, to which I described the very fabric of dishonesty. That changing how events occur is in and of itself dishonest behavior. And frankly, if someone, especially in a leadership position in law enforcement, cannot be inherently upfront and honest in the description of events, so chooses to reorganize the events, so not to sound bad, is again inherently dishonest.
Thank you.
Was that 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be back tomorrow.
Anyone else? All right, if not, let's go to, under D, under budget amendments, transfer changes. We're going to take care of some action items. So, Francis?
Did you want to hold budget discussions and just do that, take care of the action items first?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so Judge, if we can move to item E1 is consider and take appropriate action to amend the Commissioners Court action on June 16th, 2026 regarding the award of bid 26-005 for 7 Mile Lane Bridge Improvement Project by removing alternate number 1 from the award and approving the award of the base bid only. Ken?
Well, that sums it up. I mean, we just need to remove from that action the approval of using the alternate. So removing that just for the base amount, which is the amount that's in the contract that's going to follow
Yes, sir.
shortly.
Okay. Any questions, comments on that? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to remove the alternate number 1 from the bid 26-005 and award the base bid only.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
E2 is authorization of agreements, construction contracts, and related documents with Knife River Corporation South. E2A is regarding Thompson Road Bridge replacement, and E2B is regarding 7 Mile Lane Bridge improvements. Ken?
Yes, I included the bid amounts on the contract for Thompson Road. It was in the amount of $1,158,109.80. On the 7 Mile Lane, the amount is $795,446.84. I've had the contracts reviewed by the engineer's office. I've had them reviewed by Dustin Chapman, and also Mike Dixon has taken a look at these contracts, so they should be ready to go.
Okay. And there's provisions that if they go over those days that,
Yes, that there are liquidated damages in the amount of $1,500 per day.
okay, thank you. All right, any questions?
And that was both,
E2A
Oh, yeah,
and E2B?
both of them.
Both,
both of them, okay.
yes. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve E2A and E2B.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
E3 is discussion and/or action regarding burn ban approval. Judge?
All right, thank you. I've got a little rain last couple of days, and there's more predicted. Looks like our numbers are within the boundaries of not putting on a burn ban. Any questions or comments about that?
We'll just keep it on the agendas, our future agendas, okay.
Yes, sir. All right, no action needed there.
All right, moving on to E4, approval of order giving notice of intent to participate in Spring Street Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, City of West. Commissioner Jones?
So yes, this is a tax increment refinance zone in the city of West on Spring Street that they have asked us to join into. It's some undeveloped property that I requested that the county participate in the zone at 75% level for each of the term years, so that we would get 25% of the increment. This is a preliminary participation agreement with more details of the financing and things like that, and what the increment will be used for will come at a later date once the developer gets their list together and things like that.
This is merely to show our interest.
Yes.
Moving forward.
Yes.
And then in regards to the percentage, we've done anywhere from 70 to 75. We may have done one under that, but this one's 75, How many acres does it cover, or how much, you remember how much area that is?
I want to say it's about 4 acres.
I thought it was 4 or 5, so
Yeah,
yeah.
for about 4 acres, and it's the actual, so it's the actual old blast site. It's the old Adair Grain Company site. And so that's another exciting
Yeah.
kind of development that piece of property is going to be developed. And
And the other thing that's a little bit different than most of these we do, this is a residential,
right,
where we generally have, they're generally more towards industrial type and light industrial and mixed use. Okay. Any questions or comments? And I guess,
relatively small.
yeah, and, and we don't know the terms, like on the year, how many years it goes out yet. They'll have to
Okay,
work that up.
right. And if it doesn't meet our criteria, we can always.
Yeah.
I don't think this obligates us to anything, does it, Dustin?
That's correct. It's just saying that we do intend to participate. It gives Wes that confidence to be able to move forward, but we will bring back that financing plan, and then there'll be a participation agreement that will come back to court for approval.
Well, I think the court does need to give an indication of the percentage, since it does vary. But you're suggesting 75?
Right. That's as low as I would go,
Yeah,
so.
The last two that we've approved have both been at 70.
yeah, yeah.
And I know, Commissioner, there was some informal discussion about not going above that level. It was obviously informal and nothing voted on by but I think that's something we need to be cognizant of, because the last two that we set a ceiling of 70% on those, so.
Yeah, but I don't think we have a policy.
No, there wasn't a policy in place, and those were for much larger developments than this, and those were commercial, not residential. So there's a lot of ifs, ands, and wheres that are associated with this that don't apply necessarily. And to jumpstart that area, that's a great little city, and they're trying to do, I think, what needs to be done. And if that's what it needs to be at, then so be it.
Okay. All right, so I'd make a motion that the court gives an indication that we are interested in moving forward with the final documentation.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
E5 is regarding the Texas Department of Transportation Selective Traffic Enforcement Program STEP grant, authorization of grant application modifications regarding cash match requirement. I'd like to call on Jordan Reeves.
Morning.
Morning.
Today, I am requesting an adjustment related to the FY27 STEP grant through TxDOT. Our original plan was to use countywide indirect cost rate to satisfy the grant's matching requirement. However, we have since determined that we are unable to use that rate and have revised our approach to meeting the required 15% match. Under the revised plan, we will use the 15% de minimis indirect flat rate. We are currently in the grant modification phase and have been working with our TxDOT project manager and grant liaison. There's a possibility that these figures may change once more, as we are currently reviewing and discussing the allowable match percentages. At this time, our cash match is $2,183.95. However, it may increase slightly, approximately to $2,270, depending on the outcome of the modification review. Any questions?
Any questions?
So what are we being asked to do today, then, to approve the grant,
To modify the
To-
or
match.
to modify the grant?
Modify the match, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
So David I's probably got the difference in his couch over there in his office. What's, any other questions?
I don't know, motion to approve the modification of the grant, the Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, that's all the action items, so we can move back to D1A regarding the FY27 budget.
Okay. All right, Francis?
Thank you. So of course, we had to shuffle some things around and pack a little more in this week, since we missed Friday. But we are, gonna start with the sheriff's office this morning. And so, we'll let them, of course, present what, the information they would like. We've also passed out, their budget with the detailed lines for you, and we can go through that as well. But we'll go through all of their requests, and let you ask questions if you have them. And so I also, just unrelated, but just general, housekeeping, I passed out just a very tentative schedule for this week. You know, things are always ever changing, and we'll be adding things to tomorrow afternoon's discussions as well. But my goal is today and then tomorrow afternoon to get through all of the requests, make sure that's all presented to you, that we have maybe some sort of consensus, but we will come back on Thursday, clean up any areas we need to, come back to personnel, clean up, get consensus, and then we can look again at scenarios, tax rate, that formula, and how that all plays into each other. So
Yeah, thank you.
I will turn over to the sheriff's office.
Judge, the only thing on my couch is lost pins.
Okay. All right. Morning, Chief.
Morning. Set up here, we'll
Okay.
keep going.
All right. We work by the month.
If you want to share, I have the code for this one.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm just going to run through just some quick stats for y'all before we get into the budget. First slide that we'll talk about here just very briefly is just showing how the calls for service continue to rise over a pretty good trend here. Based on what we've seen so far this year as well, we're going to continue to see a upward tick in the call volume that the sheriff's office handles. This is just to kind of give a precursor to some later points dealing with mental health. Our mental health call volume goes up, as well as the amount of time that each deputy spends on a mental health call. That varies quite a bit. A lot of the times we're seeing, though, are generally in the 4 to 6 hour range on those calls, and that's per call. For our CID case data, overall, so these numbers that you see, for example, under May, you see 203 and 24. The total of those two numbers are the total number of cases generated just for that month by the sheriff's office. And when you get all the way across to April, you see the lower number of 85. That number will go up as cases are disposed of. So obviously, you can tell that as time goes on, more cases get disposed, and that increases the overall number of cases that have been disposed of, as opposed to just that little green block. This is just a quick overview. You can see that the majority was kind of difficult to see, actually. But the majority of our high-volume calls are person or property crimes. We had a pretty big uptick back in May of 25 with fraud and financial crimes. I kind of expect to see that to be on the higher end again here more recently, but we don't have that data immediately available. For our jail division, so this is looking at our overall daily population. That includes both federal inmates and local. The blue line.
Excuse me.
The blue line, as you can see, we've been hanging around the 1,400 total pop. I want you to take note of, especially those, the average federal pop. It has been on a decline. That's that smaller purple bar that continues to decrease over time. And that's due to our average number, or to our total number of people booked in that are not federal inmates. We've had to adjust in order to be within jail standards compliance.
So as the locals come in, you have to push the federals down to accommodate the space.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. And on this slide, we actually have some numbers for you.
Okay.
From 22 to 2026, we've had to decrease a little over 100 federal inmates. Based on our current contract amount with the feds, I believe that equates to about a $4.5 million a year loss that we're incurring at this point. And again, that's to maintain our overall population at a manageable level. This is just a quick little pie chart to show you that 83% of our inmates currently housed they're under whether they're charged with a felony, indicted for a felony, or awaiting judicial proceedings. That 12% misdemeanor, generally those are going to be housed at the jail for the entirety of whether from the arrest to court to post-sentencing. So this slide is just to kind of show how several of our comparison counties, the larger ones, they have a general downtick of their ADP, whereas McLennan County and I believe it's Webb County, we are the only two that continue to have an uptick in our average daily population. There's some additional data on that we could probably discuss and talk about in future meetings. So inmates with SMIs are taking up approximately 36% of our total jail population. However, they're accounting for over 50% of our total custody days in jail, which just simply means 36% of our jail population is accounting for over half of the person days or inmate days that they're actually sitting in jail. Again, this is just to show another uptick. We continue to have an increase in appointments and tasks. Tasks could be anything from simply checking on a suicide watch cell to actually conducting some type of medical appointment with an inmate in jail. And as you can see, our number of prescriptions per year has jumped up to about 1.5 million total throughout the year.
Is that because there's new standards, or is our vendor wanting a higher level of care, or what drives that?
So the major uptick you see, there was a change in our contract provider, but I believe it's just a better or a more adequate overall care and paying attention to different inmates' needs. And that's it for me.
Okay.
Any information y'all see in that slide that y'all would like further discussion, deeper analysis? We want to be respectful of the court's time, of course.
If you haven't yet, could you email that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. We can send that to everyone, so.
That's an interesting report, good report.
Thank you.
We have noticed that medical deal really escalating, and I'm just wondering if it's tied to cost of prescription drugs or drugs being higher, or, and I know there's the current administration is working towards negotiating lower drug prices, and can we, just trying to understand what's driving that.
I think a lot of it is just a general uptick in mental health cases. With more mental health cases you have, the more prescriptions there are generally involved with that to medicate whatever their diagnosis might be.
Who identifies those as mental health inmates? How is that done?
That's a very interesting question. So law enforcement through the VHLT has struggled to come up with a solid definition of what is a mental health consumer. The best way that we can do it, and what we can tell you, is those aren't people whose mom took away their Xbox and they're taking fish oil and melatonin. Those people have seen a psychiatrist or psychologist, and they have been diagnosed by a doctor with a serious mental illness.
Prior to becoming an inmate or after becoming?
Either. It could be either or. They come in with a diagnosis from a doctor for a serious mental illness, or while they're in our facility, they are diagnosed with a serious mental illness.
So is that through the vendor and the diagnosis?
Correct.
Like a telepsych?
No, we have on-site.
On-site,
Yes,
okay.
sir. On-site. So we have a pretty, I think, clear definition of what SMI is for us at the jail. It's not a policeman saying, this guy's weird. We have doctors that are making those determinations for us, so we have a fairly accurate estimation of what we actually have in our population.
And those doctors are part of our contract?
Correct, yes, sir. Correct. If there's no more questions, I'll get into something
Yeah, go ahead. Thank
far
you.
more boring, but very important to us at least.
Can I make a comment real quick before
Sure.
you start? And I think David's pulling up his sheets, and so those should mirror what we passed out. And so we just highlighted the lines that I'm assuming he's going to cover as well, but.
Yeah, absolutely.
In
There's-
case you're looking at that, and it is the packet that starts with 0120 maintenance of equipment.
Okay,
That's the
starting there, okay.
sheriff's office information.
And the only difference between ours and what y'all have is I've got a little map out to the side and just some comments. So you'll kind of get to see what I'm going to talk about as I talk about it. So
It's a lot easier to see here.
I understand that, Commissioner. I understand. We can provide you a copy of the file as well.
We're good, we're good.
We'll start off in 0 and 20. This is our maintenance of equipment department. We're decreasing our part-time line. It's just a slight underutilization of what it has been in the past, so we're going to decrease that line until we have a necessity to bring it back to that level. Other services and charges, we're asking for a $1,700 increase in that line. We have a towing contract for the first time in many, many years, and it's increased the cost just ever so slightly of its tows, so that is why that is increasing. The radio tower's increasing $5,000. We had a consultation with the auditor's office, and they recommended that we do that based on just the way that line has run over the last several years, so we're accommodating that. Next is going to be the software and licensing. We're reducing that line by $5,620. That is because of the implementation of our fleet management software. The first year had an implementation fee. Now we're just into the SAS fee, so we no longer have to pay that implementation fee. It's coming down a little bit. And then under professional development, we are asking for an increase of $2,499. That is for some of our fleet guys to attend the Fleet Expo every year. We've gotten some really good information on how to upfit our vehicles, new products coming out, ways to save the county money. We get pricing in some occasions for what these vehicles are going to run between the different models, so I think it's a worthwhile expenditure for the county to do that. If there are no questions, I'll move on. We're in 2200.
Where do we normally, where are we sourcing our vehicles from? I know they come from, different places, things like that.
But we kind of look for the best cooperative agreement and when we're going out and doing this. So, I mean, it can vary a little bit, especially on model that we choose.
And I'll tell you, Commissioner, from our experience, Lake Country has been the primary vendor, and they're part of a bigger network called Cowboy Fleet, and Cowboy Fleet includes Toyota, Ford, all kinds of different brand vendors, so it's a kind of a law enforcement umbrella of fleet vehicles.
Yes.
Is the best way. If I'm not describing that wrong, Ken.
No, and again, they're under a number of the co-ops, so.
Yeah.
Again, you get an idea that, again, they specialize in this. So we just try to get the best pricing out of the best co-op from some of these.
If there's no more questions, I'll move on to 2200. First line I'll talk about is part-time pay. It's underutilized. We're reducing it by $10,500, excuse me. Moving down into the 500,000 series of lines, we'll start off with furniture and equipment. We're asking for an $18,718 increase in that line for laptops, monitors, cameras, ladders, hand trucks, air purifiers, thermals, pistol, rifle, and light replacements for some of our weapons. And those, some of those pistols are going to be training pistols, ammunition pistols. So some of that stuff is standard replacement for us. Protective clothing, consultation with the auditor, they recommended we reduce this $4,495, and we are doing so. Same thing exists in cellular. It's just been slightly underutilized. We're asking for a slight increase in other services and charges for some graphics for our training room in 601111. In centralized dispatch, that 37,049, that's contractual increase. That's Waco's standard 5% year-over-year escalator. Repair and maintenance, we are reducing this line to $100,000 flat. It's been historically underutilized, and the auditor is making this wonderful push that we like for even numbers. We like even numbers. We're going to try to conform to that as best we can in the future. Travel reimbursement, LA Purpose, a little bit more money in that line. That's going to be for things we have to do for warrant service, or for if investigators have to go out of town or out of state somewhere to interview suspects, typically what that line is used for. The next is going to be software and licensing. We're asking for a few new software and licensing, and I'll talk about some of the smaller ones briefly, such as like Adobe Lightroom or Cellbrite, GrayKey, those are renewals, ArcGIS Pro, but the main part of that increase is going to be Motorola and the NeoGov suite. So the NeoGov suite, some of the Motorola stuff that was in previous years in capital outlay, and correct me if I'm wrong, Haley, that was in capital outlay previously, and we've now moved that over to software and licensing, whereas the TASER thing's staying in capital, correct? There's some movement on the software and figuring out what transition from software or from equipment from capital to software, back and forth. But make no mistake, there's definitely an increase in this line above just moving that stuff over. I don't want to be misleading on that. And the majority of that's going to be in three pieces of software. That's going to be in the NeoGov professional standards, power policy, and power training. So a year or so ago, we moved over to we originally moved over to Power Vetted, then we went over to Power Ready, which is our training software for FTO, for the jail and patrol. And we chose the NeoGov platform because it was a good platform, and the county was already in the ecosystem for it. We're going from handwritten manuals into a digital book. It's really taken us into the 21st century with our FTO. And it did the same prior to that with our background solutions for trying to vet our new employees that are coming in through Power Vetted. We would like to continue expanding within that ecosystem for professional standards, power policy, and power training. This gives us the core modules that are necessary for the NeoGov system with our department. Like that is I don't want to say it's the end-all be-all, but it is the end-all be-all for several budget cycles where we will not need any additional software. That kind of gets us all up to date with all of their stuff. So next is professional development. So professional development is not actually an increase. You're going to see some movement back and forth between departments. We're just reallocating funds from Department A to Department B across 2200, 2014, and 2411. You'll see a net 0% increase in the training. It's just reallocation. And then as stray expenditures, this is a hard line for us to budget for. We have no idea how many loose cows and how many donkeys we're going to have to pick up. We've increased this and decreased it very regularly over the years. And with consultation with the auditor, we're going to remove $10,000 from that line and hope we don't get a donkey sanctuary call. All right, moving on to 2410. This is going to be our Highway 6 jail facility. We are asking for a $15,000 increase in our part-time line. We actually have a pretty healthy quantity of part-time jailers. Part-time jailers help reduce cost overall. There's certainly not a direct correlation one-to-one. It's when we can get the people to come in and when we have the staffing for it, but we actually have a fairly healthy staffing for it right now. And it certainly does provide relief for our staff of having to come in on their day off at a rate less than overtime rate. So
The addition of those 10 jailers this year, have you seen any direct correlation between that and use of part-time?
So the part-time line is, it is more of an added feature than a direct correlation, Commissioner. So I mean, you're going to see the part-time utilization is always going to be preferred. We want to use that more so than overtime. So it will be the last thing to see the effect of additional staffing, right? So the ebb and flow of the staff is very, very different at the jail than it is in other departments. I've worked for the jail for the last 21 years of my career. The reality is we have a hard time. We're going to see this large ebb and flow of like, you know, we're down 5 employees, we're down 12 employees, we're down 2 employees, we're down 15 employees. It tends to come in waves, and there is a seasonality to it. Summertime is always a good time for us to recruit. So the immediate answer to your question is it's the second thing that you would see an effect on, so I very highly doubt that you would see an effect on that. And if it was, it would be very lagging, very lagging. Supply line, we're going to reduce that line, $13,710. Furniture and equipment, we have a few extra things that we need this year. We actually ran a fairly cut short equipment budget last year. We need to replace some heated cabinets in the kitchen. They happen to not be capital outlay. So we're going to look to put those into our 502 line. Paper shredders, some targets for training, chairs, monitors, printers, laptops, cameras, flashlights, radios, and some translators for booking. And I won't belabor any of those things necessarily other than the translators. We're moving over to some small devices that can hopefully help us a little bit better than Interlingua and some of the other language line services. So we're going to test a few of those out. We're not going to go and fully deploy those things. We're just going to try them in booking and see how a few of those things work. The cost is good. There's no yearly subscription fee. They're good for 5 years. They cost like $500, $600. It's a very reasonable cost to just see if it provides a better option for us at the jail, and maybe we can stop using some contract services in the future.
We'd be interested in knowing how that works out. It could be used in other areas as well.
And I can tell you, Judge, the demo for these devices is actually really, was really neat. But I'm not sold on it until we put it to work in the environment, right? So I just got to see how it vets out with the staff and with the very diverse population that we have that comes into jail in the different languages that they speak. So yes, we'll definitely get back with the court on that.
Thank you.
Going down to 601111. So we are asking for something, a dishwasher lease is what you see right there. And I'll explain that to you. Our dishwashers are some of our most hard to keep properly maintained equipment in our kitchen currently. Those machines are many tens of thousands of dollars a piece. And I believe that our maintenance department has spent about 20% of their labor every single year for the last 2 years at least, fixing those machines. So they are a huge time sink. So what we want to try is we have found a company that will do a dishwasher lease that is essentially an SaaS, if you will, but for equipment. They are responsible for the maintenance, they are responsible for the upkeep. They are giving us the machines, and that is what the yearly cost would be. And I'm not completely sold on it, but the system that we have now for maintaining these dishwashers is not working. So we're just trying to think of something that's more cost-effective, because we spent more than that on repairs on our current dishwashers in the last year. So at some point, we've got to try something different when the wheel's not rolling straight anymore.
Do they provide supplies as well, like soap?
I will have to check on that. I don't think that they provide the soap for the machines or the detergent, the cleaning agent for the machines. You will see a subsequent request that's related to this. So it's kind of a package. I just don't want to, the other one's in capital outlay. It's going to be for some steel tables. These machines, the ones that we have aren't really commercial grade. These are big boy commercial grade machines. And it requires a certain table height to be able to pull the stuff out and get it. So there's a capital request that is not a recurring cost. It's a one-time cost for setting up the tables for machines like that.
Okay,
And I will get you an answer on that, Judge.
thank you.
Travel reimbursement, we're reducing that by $52.50. And then outside prisoner transport, we're going to increase that by $5,000. The sheriff's office transports around 1,378 people every single year. So it's hard to plan for when these criminals are going to show up in Washington versus Texas versus California versus New York versus some of the trips I've gotten to take into Alaska in my tenure of doing that for a living. In any case, electronic monitoring, that's the auditor's office. We have no control over that line. Food services, this is a contractual increase. There's also a historical shortage built in here. When we look back at that line, when we say historical shortage, it's not just that the line is short, it's that the jail's population is increasing, right? And there's no doubt in some of the slides that the chief showed you, it's fairly obvious to understand that we are engaging in population control with only population that we can control, and that's not the local population. It's the one that has a dollar sign behind it. So as the population increases, you're always going to see the expenditures within this food services line increase as well. The next line, software and licensing. So we are officially, I'm going to look back at John, doing away with EDOC as of October 1st. So that licensing fee right there, $90,750, we're removing from our budget. Professional development, once again, this is a net zero across all departments. It's just reallocating the funds between 2200, 2410, 2411. All right. Moving on to 2411.
Any questions so far? Thank you. Proceed.
All right, JHDC. So, going to start down with the furniture and equipment line. We are asking for a slight increase in our furniture and equipment line to replace some broken chairs, 2 desks, I believe, some printers. Some of this is, we've coordinated with IT on this, some hardline phones. So we have phones in our wings over there, and they are unfortunately fairly inexpensive, but they are high broken maintenance item for our department. They're portable phones, they're in the wings. Anytime our people get involved in any use of force, of course, the phone is typically the first thing to go. We're asking for a few cameras for the wings, relatively inexpensive, $400 or $500 a piece, about 4 of those. Some flashlights, pressure washer replacement, some basket trucks. Those are for our laundry department. We go through a lot of laundry at the jail, doing that for 1,400 people every day. Some basic tools. All these things are relatively inexpensive. Some drills, DeWalt tools, weed eater, and a couple of lawnmowers. And these are not big lawnmowers. These are, $300 or less push mowers, your little Honda Ryobi push mowers. Coming down to protective clothing, small reduction in that line. Going down to travel reimbursement LE purpose, same thing as the previous departments. reducing that to $40,000, just historical underutilization. And then you'll see the same food services increase based on percentage, approximately within this department. It's a historical shortage and 3.8 CPI as of March. So we are excited, though, when it comes to some of these CPIs, and before I get into the CPIs for our medical department, because the contract functions in the same way, my understanding is that McLennan County or Central Texas now has its own CPI index, which we'll be able to use in the future. So we'll have to stop using the DFW, and we can kind of have our local market comparison, which we're excited about for the upcoming years. Same thing on professional development. That's going to be just moving between the departments. There is no change across all three departments, 2200, 2014, 2411. Any questions?
Proceed.
All right, 2414. This is our Highway 6 Medical Department. We're asking for a total of $10,884. It's an $884 increase over last year in furniture and equipment. That's to replace some blood pressure machines, diagnostic machines, a scanner, a laptop, and a TV for the nurse training and education portion of what we do for our nursing staff. Moving down to software and licensing report. Software and licensing support. I'll say it right eventually. $1,950 increase in that line. Core EMR. Core EMR is just simply based on the inmate population. Population goes up, costs go up as well. 618000, medical services. So this has always been a contentious line with us. It's fluctuated every year. It's been historically underfunded. I think that's accurate to say, Francis, overall. It's very hard to know what medical conditions people are going to come in with that we cannot deal with. This is not medical contract services. This is having to send inmates to outside services that we cannot do inside of our facility. Those things are going to be dialysis, cancer treatment. We are not treating people for things that are not critical. We are only treating critical illnesses. We are not sending people to get their teeth redone because they look bad. That's not happening, right? We're fixing things that have to be addressed medically in order for them to be in our custody. And we spend about $1 million is what we're anticipating for those outside medical services.
And that also includes pharmaceuticals as well.
Yes.
So when y'all were talking.
Yeah, drug
mentioning your
costs.
information
Yep.
earlier.
Drug costs. And overall, we have some programs that we're engaging in small bites with Waco Family Medicine. We have some the new program, Inovalon, with County Indigent. And I will tell y'all right now, Heather Travers is probably one of the most fantastic people. She gives us so much of her time trying to help us, make us better, save the county money. I think that y'all valued her probably appropriately in her review is what I would say. So I appreciate y'all taking care of quality people like that who really want to give us the time they have. So
It's always good to pat somebody on the back. I
don't
appreciate
do
you
it.
doing that.
Don't do it often, but she deserves it, sir. So I will say that the cost of medication is typically not going up. So I think that using Indigent Health has really helped keep those medication costs individually. It's the quantity. It just comes down to a quantity game at that point. Any questions about that?
Any questions?
I know that's a large line, so okay. Management services, this is for our turnkey contract. It's a 3% increase based on the DFW CPI. I think it's actually a little bit more than that. I think it's 3 and like 0.04%, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 3% or so, close to rounding. Moving over to 2415, that is our Jack Harwell Medical Department. We're asking for a small amount of money to increase our part-time line. It certainly does have a correlation on overtime and staff burnout. We have a pretty healthy PRN pool right now, but it's still not going to be a direct correlation, Commissioner, to the overtime budget. It's going to be a secondary or tertiary to that. Little increase in our furniture and equipment line, blood pressure machine, diagnostic machines, scanners, laptops, standard equipment that we use in medical every single day. Software and licensing, that's the core EMR. Population goes up, same from the previous department. Don't want to beat that dead horse. Medical services, $8,035 increase compared to the more substantial. And the easiest explanation for that is when you look at the two medical departments and the facilities, Jack Harwell mainly houses our federal inmates. The federal government does pay for or reimburse us for, through some mechanism, the medical costs for their inmates. So there's going to be just less of an increase. The local population is definitely seeing the large increase in that cost. And as that population increases, the cost will as well.
And that includes transport as well? I know we
Correct.
talked about it in the negotiation.
Yeah, transport, there's a labor rate. There's not just a
Yeah.
day rate, there's a labor rate,
Yeah.
and then the medical one as well.
Yeah, I recall that. Thank you.
Same thing down here with turnkey. It's the same percentage, 3% in change, DFW, CPI. Any questions? If not, I'm going to move on to capital outlay. All right, let me zoom in. That's really, really tiny. I can barely read it. All right, so there's a couple things listed on here that got brought up in court. It's the BIS infrastructure enhancement and the SO training room downtown. Those were definitely presented by IT, but those are for our office. So if you have any questions about those, we certainly don't. We would certainly take those. I think John did speak to them. The interview room is for exactly that. It's where we interview victims, we interview suspects, we interview, that's the basic categories, and just having a room that we can do that in and have that video recording available is fantastic, because the one that we have now does not work. And I think IT has dedicated probably more than $34,000 worth of labor into trying to make it work over the last year and a half. It's been a significant time sink for our IT department to try to get this thing to work. And my understanding, John, is that it still does not work properly. Yeah. So the training room, our training room is used and scheduled out almost every day of the week. Y'all could check the schedule online for what we have posted for the training room. We aren't the only ones that use it. IT uses it. Other departments use it fairly frequently. In fact, I think IT is using it today for other county offices. There's some definite issues in it as far as the laptop doesn't work. I think Roger got to experience that just yesterday. And some of the connections don't work, and just trying to have something that's sustainable and workable for us so we don't have to spend the first hour of every training trying to get our IT equipment to work. Coming down to public safety category for capital outlay. The first item on here is year 4 of the Axon Taser program. I won't belabor that. We have a few items on here. Covert camera and DVR system. This is for our undercover investigators for when they're doing surveillance. Most of this is going to be related to human trafficking and drug crimes is what the use case for that is. The 2 items below that are going to be portable radios and in-car radios. 6 radios on the APX 6500s. Those are for fleet replacements. And the APX 6000 portable radios. Every year, the court has allowed us to get a small handful of radios, and I don't know the exact number of portable radio fleet we have. It is in the hundreds. We do have an old model of Motorola radio that is obsolete, and if they break, they cannot be repaired. So we have to then come in and we would have to ask. So the court over the last several years has allowed us to just get a small handful of these radios. I do believe that Captain Nixon and Sergeant Graham have been consulting with Ryan Durker, yes, to make sure that we have the most up-to-date radios that will be for the new tower system that you've heard them come in and talk about, and compatibility with that and the new features. So this is just replacing the radios that no longer can be repaired. Make no mistake, though, all of those radios still work today. But one failure, and then we're going to have to come in and ask for a direct replacement for each one of those radios that fails. The next item is
Is there any
a,
discount for bulk purchases?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is there any discount for bulk purchases? Like, do we get a,
We have a
I know we're kind of over the barrel with Motorola as far as all that stuff goes.
we are.
But they're the standard. I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can to maximize the taxpayers' dollars.
Absolutely. I think that's a fair question. And I will tell you that I've had my rough patches with them in their billing and how they invoice stuff out. I think that their product is a good product. I did not see when the county partook the tower project, some huge discount that we received on radios. They have continually gone up. And I could have Captain Nixon come up here and talk to you a little bit more in depth about that if you'd like, for sure. But I have
Just sheer
noticed-
cost, that's all, you know.
I have not seen that price or any reflective discount, in my opinion, from looking at it, sir. No.
With our dispatch system and our towers that we have, are we pretty well, is Motorola pretty well proprietary on all that as far as their radios? Are there any others like Emerson or anything that will interface and work?
I believe that Kenwood and
Kenwood.
some other brands, but I'm not the radio expert. I definitely would want to get Sean or Captain Nixon and Sergeant Graham up here. I don't want to mislead you because I know that I think some other radio brands can hit that if they're coded to that, but, and I think we've actually looked at pricing for those as well. And
May not be a lot of difference, may not be worth the trouble.
it wasn't worth trying to refleet to a different brand. It was insignificant, I believe, is what the determination was when Sean brought the prices in. All right, next item on the list is a Faraday locker. This is for our tag unit for investigations. Most of stuff that, the evidence that we gather now is digital. It's going to be a phone, it's going to be a laptop, it's going to be an iPad, and people having the ability to remotely wipe those devices certainly hurts criminal cases and criminal prosecution success. So this is a locker that blocks those signals that we can put those items in to store them so that they cannot remotely wipe an electronic device that has critical evidence on it. So the fleet is our block right here. We're asking for 12 vehicles, and I do want to say this. All those years ago, the court agreed to give us in the fleet replacement plan 16 vehicles. And for several years, we requested those 16 vehicles. And every year I hear a different number thrown out, so I just want to make it very transparent in that we were told 16, and the last few years we haven't done that, just because it wasn't necessary. Those first 3 years that y'all gave us, plus some SB 22 money, really helped increase the health of the overall county fleet. So instead of coming in and asking for 16 because y'all previously agreed to it, we're asking for what we need replaced. And I think there's some very interesting data in how we made the decisions on what vehicles to replace this year, and it will get better next year because we have that fleet management software. We can track more things than we've ever been able to track before. There's going to be less anecdotal replacement and more, hey, this is a transmission problem. This has a really bad ROI on repair. We just need to get rid of it, even though it may be a newer model or newer than some of the older ones, model vehicle. So
I personally like that approach. Now that we have the tools to be able to analyze what we need, what could wait. But we also, in my opinion, I don't want to get behind like we've done before and had a big catch-up. And it never happens in a good time for the court when that happens. And so let's maintain, and as we go along, use the tools that's available to you. I like the reports that Captain Nixon initially kicked out. And I think just keep the court informed on those kind of things, in my opinion.
yeah, absolutely. If we ever got into a position, I would never not present vehicles that we need for the health of the fleet, trying to reduce the budget. It's just going to cost us more money in the future. And ultimately, y'all make the decision as to whether y'all want to fund that or not fund that. But we're not a big deferred maintenance on the fleet stuff. It's too costly. There's a personal cost to it as well. Like if these cars are just junk, they're not poorly maintained, they break down on a hot call for service, there's a personal cost to it beyond just the vehicle cost and the time, so.
Of the 12 you're requesting, how many are actual patrol vehicles?
I believe 4, 5, 6.
6?
7, yes, 7. Jail transport, training, admin, and I believe one of these is to replace Captain Nixon's truck, who does all of our special operations boat, bomb, all that stuff. I think he's had, and I don't want to get into super particulars, 2 transmissions in his truck, and he's about to have either another transmission or motor fail on that. We're trying to cripple that thing along until it, so it doesn't bite the dust mid-year.
Okay. Other questions?
I don't want to get into the weeds here, but if that transmission is failing, why is it failing so much?
And I would have to get Captain Nixon to talk more in depth about the specifics of like what maintenance items are failing and why they're failing. I'm definitely not a mechanic.
It's a Ram
Not
truck.
Sean.
It's a Ram truck, if that helps any.
It's a Ram.
Yes, sir.
Well, like, I know the like
Captain
the
Nixon, you want to address that?
Chevrolet transmissions are,
I thought you were leaving
Built to
because you were
fail.
ashamed to admit you're driving it.
and that's the $70,000 truck.
So that, I'm on my 3rd transmission, 2 of which were covered by warranty. They were issues with the valve body and the planetary gears. So,
Well, will you need a 3/4 ton?
no, sir, I'm going to a 1/2 ton this year. I've dropped down to a 1/2 ton. I went with a PPV vehicle, which has heavier brakes and a heavier cooling system in it to do the towing that we do.
You're not doing any pulling?
Yes, sir.
You are doing some pulling?
Yes, sir, but
You going to pull it with that 1/2 ton?
You're going to pull it that half ton?
The,
I have done all the time.
yeah, the tongue weight and the ball weight on the boats we pull aren't that high. They don't require the 3/4 ton.
You pull with a 1/2 ton? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I'm curious what you're pulling, but we can talk about that later.
I would. I'm
Your
pulling
leg,
one
for the most
home,
part.
I'm pulling one home. Okay, other questions? I'm surprised if he's having a planetary gear problem. I wonder if we went interplanetary. Okay, I thought I would break it up a little bit, get too serious.
There's some other items in the fleet where we're trying to go with vehicles that Captain Nixon and Sergeant Graham have seen at the Fleet Expo that are a little bit less costly than Tahoes for divisions like our jail transport, trying to go to traverses, excuse me, to see if those vehicles can accommodate the need that we have at a slightly lower cost than what the Tahoes are. So we're not going to buy a ton of them. We just want to get at least one of these things, try them out, and see if that's a viable replacement for us, which we think it will be.
Okay.
All right, moving on.
Hold on, excuse me.
How many vehicles are we going to retire out of the fleet?
We'll be retiring out what we put in.
12 in, 12 out. That is, unless the court reassigns it to another department, which we have, that is y'all's prerogative, we would strongly suggest against it.
And while you're here,
Only if
Captain
it's
Nixon,
worthwhile.
so did you have another question?
Only if the truck's viable.
I'm sorry, sir?
Only if the vehicle is
Correct. And we can give y'all some reports on that. Of course, we don't have that complete vehicular history because we've only had this software for a little less than a year. But I think y'all are going to be able to make more informed decisions with that in the future. But I can guarantee you, if Captain Nixon tells you that that vehicle is junk, it is ready to be thrown away.
Well, Captain Nixon, while you're up here, Commissioner Smith, did you have more questions on the radios? On the
No.
Motorola? Okay, we're
No,
done.
I'm fine.
Okay, no
Yeah.
other questions. All right, thank you.
I know we don't want to keep that when it's on the 3rd transmission, okay?
Yeah.
3rd time's the charm.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Jones, we'll get some data for you on the vehicle turn-ins and see about what
Yeah,
the,
because
what the- what
we'll
the
end up
quality
with,
of those are.
you're right, we'll end up with some requests, so it'd be nice to know
Yeah.
kind of those.
We can
going
generate
out, if any of them are worth trying to keep and move over. Or
Yes,
are
sir.
we just creating more problems for another department?
You'll find that our transport vehicles are going to be marketable. They're going to be high mileage, but it's all highway miles. It's not the stop and go. It's not the idle time of patrol. These are all just straight highway miles. We do 100, or I used to do 174,000 miles a year, driving a county patrol call all around the country. And those cars were very good, but they become a liability of, once they're over, 150, 200,000 miles and you're driving to New Mexico or Colorado, so.
Right.
In town, probably fine.
Short haul might be all right.
Short haul.
Okay,
All right,
proceed.
moving on. We have some copiers that we would like to replace, so after talking to some of the commissioners, we are going to end up going back and modifying this as a whole request. So if the auditor will allow me, I would like to go to a separate sheet right here that breaks down the copy machines, so they're not in these different departments. All the copy machines are just kind of together, right? All right. So the total cost for replacing the copy machines is $73,465.83. Roxanne with CTWP is actually having to get revised quotes because the models that she originally quoted us when we asked for this months and months and months ago have been updated by Canon. These models are no longer offered. There's one more digit or whatever on it, and the prices are slightly different. The service agreements that you see there, there is a not savings, but reduction in the service contract amount year over year. So after talking to Roxanne, she said, all of the machines need to be replaced eventually. All of these machines need to be replaced. It's the court's palette for what they want, what they can do overall. So she said, start with the oldest machines, the 5540i there, and those two older 4551i's. The 2017 ones, that's going to be these three machines right here, and just consume until you're tired of consuming the machines. So ultimately, we kind of asked the court for direction. She said those machines are in extremely poor rapport. They cannot get parts for them. They could have to go to junkyards to get parts for those particular machines. So what's the court's opinion on this is ultimately what I'm asking, I guess, because we can change this request after talking to Roxanne.
9 is quite a bit.
How does 4 sound?
How about 3?
I'll take it.
Are those all on government contract, co-op contract?
Yes.
Can I take it with the caveat?
Well, if one stops working.
Okay.
We change those things out during the middle of the year all the time.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little concerned that we've waited so long to replace these machines, even though they are, so a 2017 is going to be almost 10. That's 9 years old. So, how do you eat an elephant,
I completely understand.
9 bites at a time.
I would say the other side of that is, as long as you can make it work somehow, you
Yeah.
have to spend money on something, as long as you got something working. If you can figure out how to kick it and make it work.
And Commissioner, there are certainly some machines that are more critical than others.
Sure.
Like your booking machine, mega critical.
Right.
Your medical machine,
Medical.
very critical. Your training machine, because we run a regional gel academy, it's very critical that they can kick stuff out quickly over to those academy folks over there. So we can certainly go and look at it, but then again, under prioritizing something such as personnel or, criminal intel that has a copy machine, where do you start saying what's most important?
Yeah,
And I guess I start at base functions.
What I'm saying, I appreciate the fact y'all are trying to make things work, so.
Yeah, we can live with 3. If
Copy
we
is
have a
almost as
critical
old.
failure,
Sure.
we can come back to the court and just have that discussion.
That's,
I will say this, that even before I came to the county, at the bank, we, had to have a lot of copy machines. And Roxanne was also our representative, and she looks out for our benefit back at the bank. And see that now. I guess if you're gonna trust a salesperson, she seems like one that would be high ranked in that regard.
I 100% agree, Judge. I don't think that she is gaslighting us in any way on this. She has always done good business with us. She has always made solid recommendations when we've had machines break. She has had them bring over a loaner machine at no cost to the county until we could get a new replacement
She
in.
did
So they have
everything.
done good business with us in the past. And I don't believe that anything she's telling me on these is necessarily untrue. It's just how do we prioritize?
Yeah, yeah.
So oldest to newest makes the most sense to me and her. All right, so let me go back to capital.
Did you say 2017? One of them was a 2017?
Three of them.
Remarkable, one of them lasts that long.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that our booking machine does about 1.5 million copies a year. So it's not a small volume
No.
machine by any means, so.
What's a million divided by
What,
365?
what constitutes that much paper?
You're talking about the booking machine? So everything, the majority of paperwork that we generate in the jail happens right up there at booking. So
Sure.
all of your Form 6s, all your affidavits, all of your warrants, all of your booking documents, all of your medical documents, like everything that happens that gets that person into jail or gets them out of jail happens at booking. So it's a
And none of that's
tremendous
digital.
amount.
It's all hard copy.
Well, so the machine is also a form printer for us. So if a local police department needs a form, we don't have stacks of form that all get consecutively more of an angle because they're copied. We have the original digital stored in the machine. They go to the machine, they print the affidavit form, they print a Form 6 form, whatever form it may be. Those forms come directly out of the machine up there at booking. So it produces all of the paperwork for us as well.
Yeah, I'm not talking specifically about David's, but saying it's a copy machine is just almost a misnomer anymore.
Right.
Because it's
Yeah.
a printer, it's a scanner.
It's a form
it's-
storager.
Yeah. And not only that, they have fax capability if you need that ability. So,
Which booking does. We do a lot of faxing. There's warrants, there's sometimes medical documents because that and the medical machine, HIPAA stuff, you can't send it in email, so.
Will any of our conversion to Tyler help with that amount of paperwork?
I think that it is definitely going to help, but we're not going to see that, change in July or August or October real soon. It's going to be over time that we're able to get all the forms put in. The basic booking process is going to be much more digital. It's different. We're still going through the process of that with Tyler. In fact, I believe that some of our folks were literally in the training for it yesterday or in the process, how to process that out and make that work. We're going to have to make some changes up at booking as far as how the booking process flows around our desk up there. So there's going to be some changes, but it will ultimately be for the better and the more efficient flow of it, people from what we can control in our facility, at least.
I can remember back when we were buying our Commodore 64s, that we were told we were going to be a paperless society. Well, somebody fed us a line, didn't they?
Commissioner,
That's all I can say.
we're getting closer. We're getting closer. So I think that there's other discussions about, other departments coming in and us having the pre-booking feature that'll definitely help some of that out and cut down on some of that paperwork. But we've yet to realize that, so I can't stamp,
Saying
seal,
that
or
as
deliver.
I'm going through this right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't stamp, seal,
I
or deliver.
can't see that up there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Oh, that's not y'all's fault.
All right, and no other questions, proceed.
All right, so I'm going to skip over the copiers. I'm going to consider that hashed out. We'll go 3 2017 machines and then just skip the rest of the copiers in capital outlay for now. Moving down to the next item, night vision. We're asking for 3 L3 Harris white phosphorus night vision for our SWAT team. The court has been very generous in the past budget years. It's been 3 to 4 years since we've requested any of these items. The court did give us, I believe, 12 sets of these, and we're asking for 3 more to outfit the remaining team members that we have who don't currently have those items. Next is going to be a Vanguard shield. So this is protective clothing We used to get these out of the protective clothing line. They have crept up in price, so that now they are our capital outlay. That's just the nature of the business. I'm sure that one day, regular patrol vests will be capital outlay at some point. But these are items that are past their service life. Of course, anytime we have armor that is past its service life, we always want to have those items destroyed. We don't want to continue issuing or carrying those items. Next item on here is going to be some drones. We're asking for $31,621 for some drones. It's essentially 3 different makes/models, however you want to say it, of drones. It's some Avatas, a Matrice, and a Mavic 3 Thermal. So we've had good success with the drones we have. They are certainly an aging fleet. They're, and I would have to ask Captain Nixon, they're 6, 7 years old now, and they are definitely showing some wear.
What happens to the old, I mean, if we replace a drone, what happens to the drone we replace?
Well,
Do we
Ken?
sell them? Ken?
We auction them for exactly
Do we auction
53 cents. Yes, we have in the past, have we not, Ken?
Okay.
Well, I got a stack of them that I hadn't done anything with yet.
I think the first option is to see if some maybe smaller police
Yeah,
department
that's what I was wondering, if some smaller
could find use for it.
departments
Because
could use them.
I can tell you that there's a use case between these things and the helicopter, right? It's 2 different use cases, right? So having these and being able to put them in the air when you have a lost child or a suspect that's run into the woods, these thermal cameras on these things, I can personally attest to, are revolutionary. They just really are. They are not a replacement for an air wing. They are not. It's a different use case. But we have used these in several operations to find suspects hiding on roofs. We have found kids who have gotten lost and run off into the woods. And they are very quick and efficient to deploy. And the thermal camera on these things is absolutely shocking what they can cram into these little small devices. So the second part of that is the Avatas. Those are drones that we fly in buildings. So essentially what that is, if we have a known structure that we're going to go into, and these drones are, around $1,200. They're not super expensive. That gets flown into the house. So we're going to send the machine instead of the man. Even if in a circumstance for one of our operators takes a round to a shield, the shield is $5,000, $6,000. The drone is $1,300. It just, from a cost and safety perspective, makes decent sense to us to send that machine in instead of sending our people or more expensive equipment. So, next on the list is body cameras. So we would like to expand on what the court has done for us in our patrol division. We ultimately did have a plan where we did want to go for more body cameras within the department, but we needed to take the bite of the apple with patrol first. We had to just get that down, and I'm glad we did, because there were certainly things we had to work through with IT, hurdles we had to overcome. They were instrumental in that, and now we're looking to, that's Heather. She's such a sweet lady. Now we have some room to expand, and the areas that we want to expand this are for our criminal investigations division, and for specific portions of our jail, high liability portions of our jail. That's going to be our booking area.
Take a break real quick.
Oh,
Just real fast. I need
Yes,
to.
sir.
I'm sorry.
If you can hold that,
I apologize.
let's
No
take
problem, sir.
let's take a 5-minute recess.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Proceed.
We were on body cams, and I'll tell you before we get back into body cams, Judge, I just want you to know that last Friday, your coffee didn't go wasted in there, just to let you know.
You what now?
Your coffee didn't go wasted last Friday.
Oh, okay. Good.
So body cameras. We're looking to expand the body camera. It's just like patrol system as far as it is a 5-year subscription, if you will. I don't know, maybe the auditor would use a different term. I don't know how to define that, lease, subscription, whatever. Same thing we do with TASER, same thing we do with the current body cameras. And this is for a high liability areas, right? So criminal investigations, jail booking, our SRT, that's our equivalent of our jail SWAT team. They're our use of force guys. And OCU, that's our undercover narcos, drug investigators, human trafficking, that fits into that category of people. But the main portion of this is definitely for the jail and the jail booking. So when we look at the highest areas for liability and just public awareness, our jail booking area is definitely that. So 80% of all of our use of force of the jail happens right up at jail booking. And it makes sense when someone comes in. They're upset, they're mad, they don't want to be there, they could possibly be on drugs, they could possibly be an unidentified mental health consumer, and jail booking just kind of has to pick that up and deal with it in the moment when those people get brought in. We're not dealing with county people only. It's Waco, Belmead, Hewitt, Riesel, Woodway, name the other 26, 27 agencies that exist within this county. And having that tool for our people up there at booking is going to be a great option for us. It's also for after-action review and for training, right? So if we have incidents that happen that are within policy, but maybe they're reviewed and we say, hey, that could be a little bit better, it gives us that bird's eye view of what went on and how it happened, so. I'm going to skip copiers. Commercial dryers and commercial washer and kettles and tilting skillet. So we have 4 pieces of equipment in our kitchen and our laundry room. I'll hit the laundry room first. There are 2 broken units, washers and 2 dryers that are down. We do a lot of laundry, 1,400 people. So we are definitely asking to replace those items in our laundry room. Less units, more time, more overtime. It slows down the whole operation. The jail is a system on all these items too, whether it's the kitchen or whether it's laundry. The jail is a system that runs on a schedule, and it is a very, very structured schedule that the jail runs on. Anything that slows down, that takes an extra hour, 2 hours, half day, really throws the schedule for the jail off. So we really want to try to maintain our equipment that keeps our schedule running on schedule. The next 2 are a couple of kitchen items. These are both pain points for our maintenance department. These 2 particular items, they're things that have been worked on quite a bit. If y'all remember, Trinity did buy us some kitchen equipment in the last year or so, just loosely say it like that. We're experiencing some high repairs and failures of some of the kettles and skillets, and we would like to replace those to keep our kitchen line running efficiently. We're making 1,400 meals a day, 3 times a day. So it's not a small operation.
So did they provide you with good equipment, or?
So yes, it's actually pretty much what we asked for. And I could get Eileen up here, Captain Russell. Her and Brittany Easley kind of brokered that deal with Trinity, and, we were happy to receive it, sir, at that point. With the equipment we had, we're beggars not be choosers, but I will tell you this, there's an underhanded side to it, in that it helps them too. So, there's definitely a benefit for them, but the county did receive that as a benefit, very appreciative of it. The tables right here, these are for the dishwasher lease. That is a one-time cost. It is not in perpetuity leasing fee or anything like that. That's to put the tables in the back dishwashing room that we need to function with these machines, or to help these machines work efficiently. Skip the copier. Camera replacement. This is phase 3 of the camera replacement, JHDC.
Are these body or are these the ones in the vehicle?
No, these are jail cameras,
Oh,
jail
jail
security
camera.
cameras.
Oh, this is jail camera.
Jail
Okay.
security
Okay.
cameras. This is
Okay,
the-
that's phase
This
three
is,
of
if
jail.
I'm not mistaken, the
Yeah.
final phase, John? This is the final phase. We will be done.
It's just kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge. Once you end up painting one end of it, you start over again.
Or I don't want to say anything about it. Don't jinx us. We just want it to all work and move on from the old system. IT has been doing a lot of work with us on that. Dedicated fiber lines out to the jail, which we're contributing some jail commissary money to help up that infrastructure, shore up that infrastructure. That infrastructure is very important to us because whether it's body cams, whether it's Tyler, a lot more things are certainly going digital. It may not seem like it right now, but there's going to be a lot more digital assets that we're dealing with. So it's going to be a lot less copy machines and more computers probably. All right, moving on to our medical department. Skip the copy machine, and I'm going to go into the benchtop autoclave steam chamber and the Stryker stretcher chair. So these are both medical items. The benchtop autoclave is how we clean all of our instruments and tools. Every time the doctor sees a patient, we can certainly have our medical department come in and talk about the amount of time, but you're talking about seeing 60, 70 people per day. I know our dentist comes in and he'll typically do a half day and he may see 40 people. And that doesn't include medical, that doesn't include any psych, that doesn't include any type of other exam. That's just one of the many types of exams that go on within our jail. So having those definitely, the court gave us some little, and I don't want to say the term cheap, but they were definitely far less expensive. And those items just did not last, but they had a great use case. So we kind of proof in the pudding that they were worth having to.
Sanitize, this is for okay.
For sanitizing medical instruments.
Okay.
Correct. From procedure to procedure. So we don't have to buy throwaway stuff.
Right.
We get to clean it and go on. The next item is a Stryker stretcher chair. We don't have any viable stretchers in the jail anymore. The stretcher that we have is old, it's broken, and we would like to have a stretcher for each one of our facilities. We do have hospital call-outs almost every other day.
That's moving people by with a stretcher chair.
When a lot of people experience a medical emergency in a jail. I know we talked earlier about some of the medical problems. It's not just the contractors' policies that have upped the medical. It is the medical acuity of people nowadays coming into jail is much higher than it was even 5 years ago. People are sicker. People are generally older. We have an aging population to some degree that's coming into jail. So it just makes sense that we have functional stretchers for our jail. So moving on from that, I'm going to come into some miscellaneous items. You want me to hit these real quick, Francis? Just talk these through? I think that TJ may be talking about or presenting some of these things, and the first couple items are the Miracle Method shower refinishing. This is just a carry-on from the last year and the year before that. We're just going through the facility wing by wing, trying to make those showers in compliance. They're separated, there's mold, the epoxy has completely cracked, and we're just trying to continue to make headway on refinishing these showers. So the next two items are repair and replace picket cabinets, desks in CDE wing and the booking area remodel. Our jail is an old facility, and we are looking to do some updates on it. We have, we want to do this over a 4-year period where we want to go through, and we have this on here to have the discussion with the court, right? Moving to Tyler and moving to a more digital system and changing our layout, whether it is arraignment, whether it is warrantless arrest affidavits, whether it is Form 6s, whether it's booking documents, whatever it may be. That jail was built a long time ago. It was not built for the digital age. The desks, the desktop surface in our booking area It is broken. The chairs are all broken. The cabinets are all broken. Everything is a hodgepodge. Nothing fits anywhere in the digital age. So we're trying to get at least the discussion with the court of how do we make progress for that, 25-plus-year-old area and try to get it more into some type of modern layout where an arraigning magistrate can have their own area to do the arraignments, and it's not just the corner of a broken desk with no cabinets and half of a computer screen. So what are y'all's thoughts on that?
Not the year.
Have we had anybody come in telling us, telling them what we need and do a professional mock-up of what?
Yes.
I mean, is there such a group, a jail standards or somebody that comes in and does that tells you what it ought to look like?
Well, not if something's in compliance and it's running fine. They're not gonna come in and if you're building or you're doing an add-on, yeah, you have to involve them. But I don't think that we would come into a jail that's in good shape, being run well, and
Are there any architectural or engineering firms that, I guess somebody that's built a jail recently, would probably have a working knowledge of what that area ought to look like, an architectural firm or engineering firm.
So have you seen something, do you have an indication of what a good one ought to look like? I mean, where are you getting that information?
We do. So we've seen other facilities, more modern facilities than ours. Not that our facility is a terrible facility. That's certainly not the stone that I'm casting. It was just built in a different era. And things were much different back then. And there was complete paperwork, Commissioner, and there was nothing digital back then when this thing was built. I remember the old bridge terminals. So we have looked at some other ones. We have gotten professional recommendations on how that should look, how the flow should go. Captain Russell has, I've looked at it with her, going over how the new flow is going to go with Tyler, how we can allocate space better. The problem that we have at the jail is the jail tends to expand, and the operation, like the state comes in and mandates we have to do other things, whether it's PSRS or whatever other process has to happen. We have to cough up space. So trying to make the space that we have, the most efficient use of that space is always a struggle. We are sitting on top of people at our jail,
And you're
office
talking about the big
space-wise.
square area that's
Yep.
booking.
Yeah, the big booking area up there,
Come right in,
Commissioner.
or you coming in?
Yeah, and we have some options too back there for that little interview room in the back corner over there without having to, I don't want to get into disclosing the jail layout too much.
No.
But in that back area, there's some other areas that are underutilized that we want to try to utilize for whether it be arraignments or, indigent personnel for doing indigent interviews, whatever it takes to get them efficiently flowing, to get these people in and out as quick as possible.
Where does the magistrate sit now? Where do they do their magistrating, like on the weekend or something?
So typically, our magistrate just sits up at the booking desk,
At
the
the
same,
booking-
the same place that the officers do.
Did that change any, or?
That, I don't remember that portion, but Captain Russell could come up and tell me for sure if that,
So, mainly, y'all have a design that you think is gonna work, and so where did that come from? Did y'all just kind of figure it out, or, let her come forward, she's the most knowledgeable. Good morning.
So the quote that David has goes over basically replacing our desks, countertop areas. If we really wanted to get into a redesign of that whole area, it would probably be more expensive. But I, for one, would love to see that because David is correct. Our setup up there is kind of antiquated and it doesn't really use our space efficiently. So what he has a quote for is basically just replacing the counters and the cabinets and the desks and all of that up there, as well as the arraignment room. We do have a small arraignment room when they do it via Zoom. So we would arrange that as well and remodel that. But if we wanted to talk about a bigger scheme, then, and that would probably require some construction as well, then we can revisit that down the road. But we're asking for what we think is palatable right now.
Well, in my opinion, the jail's been there a long time, and it's gonna be there a long time. And I would hate to not take the very best approach in doing it, even if you have to pay it over a couple of years. In other words, stage the deal over a couple of budget years. But if there's professionals that can save some time and efficiency, different types of efficiency and safety, I think that's the way you go, but that would be a quick short answer.
I have no problem retracting this request for the year and saying, hey, we're going to go back, we're going to do some more research. We're going to get maybe even a consulting company to come out and look at that, a professional company. They could say, here is the best workflow, because we haven't fully understood what Tyler's going to do to us yet.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just kind of doing what we think is best.
Yeah.
Without really knowing, because it's not live.
But it seems the furniture and things like that, if something like a chair is broken, you gotta replace it.
Yeah.
But the bigger scope, like we selected, the architect that we have because of their history of being able to take existing buildings and convert them into justice centers. In other words, that was their big thing on their resume, that that attracted us to make that deal with them. And, so, I guess to take it back for consideration of maybe another plan, if the court agrees that we ought to.
Can I,
Yeah.
throw something out real quick?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Jones, I was telling, the chief that, so let's make a deal. So if they could cut that out when they're there, their budget, would you be willing to let them put that in? And as long as they cut another 136,000 somewhere?
Sure.
Say that again?
They're gonna cut their budget by 136,000 elsewhere if they want this and they feel like it's appropriate and they wanna move forward with it. All I would ask them is find somewhere.
Renovation, the
Yeah.
renovation of the booking area.
Yeah, just find somewhere to cut
But
that.
is that better in the long run?
Right.
As opposed to bringing in a professional who has experience in building booking rooms in jails, if there's such a thing, and having them come up with a design that's gonna last forever?
I prefer that.
Yeah, I would too. I would prefer come back with a better plan.
And I can tell you that going to, being in transport all these years, in the past, I'm very lucky to have seen well over 150 different county jails across the state of Texas. I can tell you that Bell County has a great setup, but they've got probably 2 to 3 times the square footage that we do in their booking and intake area.
It's
So
less
trying
than
to,
10 years. It's what, 12 or 13 years old? something
yeah,
like that.
and trying to scale that down into a system
You
that
could
works
s-
within our space,
A
right?
professional could scale it down. If
Certainly.
you like the layout of it, it can be
Absolutely.
adjusted, I'm certain. Anybody know when was the last county jail built? What's the newest county jail in Texas?
The newest one?
Yeah, the newest.
There's 2 of them that just got completed. I'm trying to remember where they are right now, but there are always we have to always approve different floor plans, different things that, I can find out who it is.
Well, that'd be worth looking
Give
at.
me a heads up.
It'd be worth looking at those newer ones to.
Well, and that's where you get the professionals in here, that they know what they look like and
Yeah.
what works. And, we can't push the walls out, that's our limiting factor. But we can make within those walls maybe a more efficient flow. And the fact that, we're going with Tyler and all these other factors that come into play, can be considered, and which means a modern approach to an old jail, which we're kind of used to that on the one behind us. So, it just seems to me that's the smartest move for the long haul.
I agree.
I do too. We appreciate all the progress the commissioners have allowed us to make, whether it's the IDF and network infrastructure, which has been huge at the jail. A lot more digital things are happening, so this is just another step towards trying to get a little bit less 1980 and more 2010. or so, and
Yeah.
we would prefer the long-term approach, for sure.
If you find someone to do that, and I'm sure you can, and it's a big enough ticket item, we can always go with a bond, put it on a bond.
Right. Well, you can, yeah, you put it in permanent,
You know, so,
whatever.
Yeah, we'll retract that request for now for further investment.
Yeah.
For further, looking into that, consider the firm.
Yeah, and you have different thoughts on it, we'll come forward.
Well, then my other question is, the other item we have on there is replace and repair some of the picket cabinets and desks in CD&E wing. It's a similar problem. It's old, antiquated, it's broken, they're missing the desk surfaces, the laminate has come off of them, ceiling tiles. There's all kinds of just general maintenance issues with the pickets as well. And we wanted to phase those into having new desk surfaces, new cabinets placed in them, getting rid of old intercom systems that don't even work in there anymore, or don't function like they used to because it's now a digital computer-driven system.
Do you have that cost isolated already?
Yes,
Okay.
$48,000.
But
And that
is
is
that
re-
something you've gotten with, and I apologize, with TJ as far as replacing the laminate?
I believe
Have we-
that our, okay,
Is there any of that can be done in-house, I guess is the question?
there is, but it's going to relate down to getting some of our other equipment functional. And this is.
Yeah, I understand. I'm talking
Maintenance,
about just the-
maintenance only has so many hours in the day, and we have to prioritize, right? So having a workable desk service versus having a washing machine or a food line running, or HVAC systems running, or a generator installed.
But I would like you to get with TJ on like you're talking about laminate coming off and replacing, and see if there's any area that they can help you with.
No, I absolutely do. We can absolutely do that, and
But I certainly don't have a problem with.
take no issue with it. I take no issue with that.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Another thing that we're asking for, and I don't know where this was, Francis, was a storage box. I don't remember.
Capital outlay.
Okay, so it was in capital
You're
somewhere.
Like Connex box or?
That's what it is. So
Yeah.
if you come and
40
look
foot.
at the back of our jail, we have, and Ken could attest to it, there's a bunch of auction items, a bunch of stuff that maintenance pulls off, whether it's broken equipment, old equipment, and it just lines our fence. Well, we used to have it lining against our facility, but it creates an insect and a rodent problem. We had it moved up against the fence, and now it's getting to where it's getting rained on, and it's creating a security problem because it's stacking up along our fence.
And
So,
what is it again, David?
it's gonna be, whether it's old dishwashers, old kitchen equipment, HVAC parts, heat cabinets.
The container is a Connex box. It's a shipping container. They come in different sizes. What they're
Yeah.
looking for is a 40-foot. They have double doors on one end. 40-foot might have them on both, or you can put another door coming into the side. You'd have to add it to it.
Yeah.
But they're mouse-proof and
And that's what we're wanting to put out there. But I guess,
Just to put this stuff in.
yeah, beyond that, my question would be, why is it out there?
That's
Why
what
are
I
we,
wanna know.
why are we getting rid of it, turning it
Shouldn't be
somehow?
stacking anything
It doesn't-
up along
Why is it
fences.
stacking up?
And some of it is kept, and I'd have to get with TJ and Ken, both on that. But the reality is it does stack up out there. And some of that stuff is kept because they're pulling parts off of it for the current equipment that's in there, is my understanding. It's hard to get that stuff into auction sometimes, but it does stack up out there. And we just, if any commissioner has a Connex that they're not using, we'd be more than happy to take it and
I
just.
mean, people come pick up old washing machines
Well, I
and
promise-
dryers.
Outside the backhoe, big
Well,
old
because
hole.
it's
out there.
bought with public
It's
funds,
gonna
you
be
can't just
brimming full.
discard
That
it.
thing,
Even if
that thing will be
Hey,
brimming full
declare
by
it.
the time you.
Declare it broken.
Look,
and-
your
Drag it-
first
we'll-
load of stuff.
We
We'll clean
dispose
it
of
out
other
for you.
stuff, don't we?
That would have to be like specific.
we got 2 or 3 people talking at one time, so I don't know what the question is. So who has a question?
It's, why is it stacking up?
Yeah, why is
So-
it stacking up?
So, and Captain Nixon, you might have a comment on that since you.
There aren't any more microphones here, you can get up here.
So a lot of the items there are, whenever we get a vehicle ready for auction, we have to pull everything that's police-related off of it. Grill guards, lights, interior parts, everything that's police-related has to come off by statute, so it can go to auction.
Those are reusable though. No,
Not if they're current year model.
Not if- okay.
Because by the time we get rid of stuff, we can't buy that year model
Because
anymore.
the bottles
generally.
changed
Right,
shape.
right.
Okay.
So a lot of times, and this happens all year long, throughout the year. So things will stack up back there, including tires. We started auctioning our tires because we were paying someone to take our tires off per tire, a recycling fee. Now we're auctioning them, so we're actually making a little money on these tires instead of paying somebody to take them off. But in order to do that, we have to have a place to keep them, to put them. And then I know purchasing works with us throughout the year to have auctions, but those auctions happen every 6 months usually. And so we'll have stuff stacked up throughout that 6 months. We'll get rid of everything and it'll start over again. MOB will pull stuff out of the jail, whether it be kitchen equipment, laundry equipment. That stuff will stack up for a little while, then we'll have it hauled off to Lip Sits at once it's deemed salvage. We'll have it hauled out to Lip Sits and sell it, for scrap metal price. So there's always a time we have stuff back there.
Ken, auction-wise, I know we've gone to some online auction with some people, right?
That's what we do all the time.
Okay. Is there a way that they can constantly update their site for auction purposes, like you see on some of these places where you're always bidding on something on, what's the name of that?
Ritchie Brothers. It's one
No, we do use Renee Bates.
Renee Bates.
Okay.
But we just get a phone call, we'll come work with them to get rid of whatever.
Okay, but I understand the need for a storage, I don't have an argument with that. I just was thinking about turning that stuff quicker so we don't stack it up.
And Commissioner, I will say that a lot of the stuff, because we coordinate with purchasing on a lot of things, and they have limited space and personnel. A lot of the items that we have that are out there, most people take their stuff down to the Cobb's Annex or whatever. We can't take that quantity of stuff and move it to Cobb's Annex. So it makes sense to, a lot of times, and Ken could talk more about auctioning it in place, and then.
Well, I know Ken and them do a good job because they
Yeah,
have
they do.
big lots of everything going on with, it seems like all the
Constantly,
time,
sir.
So, yeah.
Well, we're spending a lot of time for $5,400.
Yeah.
I've got 2 Connex boxes and I like them. They work really good. You can secure things. They definitely have to be vented or they'll melt everything anyway. But no mice, no
Yeah,
rain,
no problem.
they're watertight. They're guaranteed to have that. And
Keep them locked up.
so unless somebody has an objection,
No, that's great.
say let's move forward.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the end of my operational presentation. And if the court would like, I can get into the 2 sections that I have left in any order that you want. That would be the personnel add/changes and the salary survey. So,
Well, you start where you want to start.
okay, I'm gonna start with personnel.
No, we're probably gonna have to recess at somewhere between 11:30 and 11:45.
Yes, sir. I'll cut this I'll get through it as quickly as I can
Okay.
with y'all. So, starting off, and let me throw a caveat out there. I wasn't prepared. Normally, the coordination with HR and kind of more recently, what the court said was remove everything from the new personnel, and then the departments have to come back in. Of course, that was just middle of last week or Thursday of last week. So, we're very used to doing a presentation with HR. HR's presentation is our presentation, so for positional ads anyways. So I'm having to go over this on a piece of paper, just talking through the positions that you saw up there on the HR spreadsheet for what was either a yes or an O or an N based on if they recommended it or not. So the first position that we are requesting is Internal Affairs Sergeant. We have a lot of 614s. We have a lot of internal investigations in general. We have over 500 employees. So, of course, we're going to have issues from time to time. And right now, that's currently being handled by 4 to 5 different people, just depending on who that person falls under. I did hear a comment. Commissioner Jones said, well, the people that are currently doing it are going to be exempt employees, and he's correct. They are exempt employees. But some of them don't have the training and experience to do a criminal investigations, and some of these do tend to go towards criminal investigations, and it is not an,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Do you want to stop sharing and we'll share the personnel sheet?
yes.
Or we don't
Oh, I'm
have to,
sorry,
we don't
yes.
wanna-
No, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, you want me to just unplug?
Oh, yes, that'd be good. And then we can share.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be. Okay, put it up on the screen.
Just to
Go
be
ahead.
fully transparent.
Yeah. I'm hogging all the screen share time. And I'll wait for them to, I guess I can talk while she's bringing it
Yeah,
up.
go ahead.
Okay. Having just a single person who does all the internal investigations with our department is going to improve the timeliness, the documentation consistency, confidentiality, audit, and legal readiness for high liability allegations involving jail incidents for use of force, conduct, policy violations, and potential criminal conduct. And whereas we do understand the people that are currently doing it do fall under that moniker of exempt. Exempt does not mean free. It only means we don't pay them overtime. The current cost is inconsistency, divided accountability, command distraction, and risk in cases that can end in termination, litigation, or criminal prosecution. We are simply asking for a trained single point of ownership that is consistent, standard, and continuity from the intake point to the final report. So I know HR also deals with us a lot. They would definitely be tied into the HR system of contacting HR for processes, 614s, whatever it may be. But that single point of trained accountability certainly would be a benefit for our department. And I believe that that was, regardless of what I say, a recommendation from HR. All right, I'm going to move on to our next position, training deputy. We're asking for one training deputy for our training department. Our training department has grown over the last several years. We do have a large quantity of employees. And when I think about the training department overall, I over the years have had a hard time personally buying into law enforcement training. And it has to do with what our regulatory agencies require us to do. There's two different sides to training. You have the compliance side, and then you have the substantive side. So things that we like to teach our training folks to distribute to our department is going to be emergency vehicle operations. It's going to be officer survival. It's going to be basic medical procedures. The state would have us teach them all interaction with deaf and hard of hearing drivers. And not that that's not important, but I've been in this business for 20 years and I've run into that 0 times. I can tell you the number of times that I've been in an emergency driving situation or an emergency medical situation on a call for service is much greater. So trying to invest in substantive training, whether it is EVOC, jail firearms training, deputy firearms training, because qualifications are not training. They are simply qualifications. Being able to provide that level of training for our folks so that they are confident with their firearms, with their issued tools, so they are confident in medical situations and emergency driving situations, which we've also adopted a course from TAC, the Below 100 course. Kenny comes and teaches that for us. We've adopted portions of it into our EVOC training. Great course, great guy. We have seen a positive result from that from fleet accidents overall and just people not getting hurt at the end of the day. How do we invest in our employees with substantive training that makes it different in the service they're able to provide while also maintaining what the state says we have to do as a basic compliance standard? Because the state does not require, and this may be shocking to the court to hear, the state does not require that we train anyone how to use a firearm at all. All it does is maintain that we have to qualify them. They don't have to have ongoing training for how to use a firearm or how to use a body camera or how to engage in pursuit driving or how to do CPR on an infant that may be having a medical episode. So those are all things that we want to be able to provide for our people. It just makes them better at the end of the day. And the system of state compliance, I always had a hard time of buying into. I did because I'm required to, but I can actually buy into a system of what benefits the community, like what benefits the officers, what services are we providing, and how can we do a better job of providing those services. So that is our single base level deputy ask for our training division. Next is going to be A and B shift corporals at the jail. Our booking division, we're certainly not getting more people in the door year over year, but the population is ever increasing, and the population that comes in is ever and ever more complex. The state regulations on what we have to do and how we have to do it increase every single legislative cycle. Having this intermediate level of supervision at jail booking, which is a high liability, high use of force. Remember, for these agencies in the criminal justice process, that booking is the beginning of everything, right? So all of your paperwork, all of your charges, all of your warrants, all of your affidavits, all of your TRN numbers, everything happens at jail. So when errors happen in booking, it just slows the criminal justice process down in the end, because we are the originator of all these documents. So trying to get these mid-level supervisors, or actually low-level supervisors, base-level supervisors, reduces the risk and incorrect charges, missed warrants, improper releases, incomplete paperwork, and related legal liability. Once again, that is the area also where 80% of our use of force happens. And I do want to point out from a jail standpoint that the jail engages, because if someone doesn't want to go to their appropriate cell and we have to hold them to make them walk there, that's a use of force. So the jail engages in use of force in a month is what patrol probably does in a year. The use of force of the jail, we have 1,400 people there, and very few of them want to comply. So that's what the request is for the A shift, B shift, booking, corporals. The next request is a related request. It's for a nurse specifically in our intake area up there at booking. We are asking for an RN, and they do have a very unique schedule. We looked back at core EMR data. Some of that you saw more generalized year over year. What day of the week, what hours of the day, and we are basing that schedule directly off of when those peak times are. So Commissioner Perry asked in an earlier court session, how many people are booked on Friday? And the answer is, we book almost twice as many people on Friday as we do any other day of the week. And he already alluded to the reason for that, or one of the reasons for that. It's a busy day for law enforcement. It just is. Actually, Saturday and Sunday are lower than Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So believe it or not, Friday is the busiest day, hands down. And a lot of that does have to do with weekenders, and that it's a huge burden on the jail, and it really is. Every one of those people gets booked in every single time, full meal deal. There's no short booking process for them. They have to come in, they have to do medical, they have to do full booking, they have to do full intake, they have to go full classification, they have to go through full housing assessment every single weekend that they come in.
Major, roughly how many are, on average, are coming in every Friday?
30, I mean? I'm sorry? How many weekenders, 30?
It's 30, 35.
Yeah. Is about your current number. So it's not a small amount of people, and I'll tell you what, when it's time to hit that switch and those people show up, it is a busy, busy day.
So the nurse in that area, it's helped to do like pre-clearance or checking blood pressure coming in and those things rather than, so what's the purpose, what makes that important?
Oh, so the RN position
Yeah,
for
RN.
intake, it's not just for weekenders. That's not just the reason for it.
Okay.
We're doing it on the peak days, which I think are Wednesday, let me refer back to it, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Those are our peak days. And the peak times are from 11 to 11, 11A to 11P. That's when we're getting the maximum number of people or the largest quantity of people in during those hours. So it's not just helping with the intakes, it's also transitioning to an RN. Right now, we use an LVN for intake. An LVN is by licensure, observe and report, whereas the RN can identify some medical issues. And for us, it is absolutely critical to be able to identify medical problems in the booking process before those medical problems make it to the wing and turn into a medical emergency. So trying to get those people identified with their unknown medical issues, because very few people that come into the jail tell us they're sick when they hit the doors, but they all end up being sick at the end of the day. So trying to identify those medical problems in the booking process is super critical for us to try and make progress there.
I have a question. That 30 to 35, who decides that? Is that a condition of their sentence or?
That's the judge.
The judge?
That's the judge. And there are options. The county has other options in place. Those would be electronic monitoring. I don't want to give any opinion on anything. You'd have SPURS program, electronic monitoring, weekenders, and locking them up are the current systems, probation. So
Roughly 300,000 a year.
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of bookings.
So that costs us $300,000 a year, those 30 to 35?
$82 a day roughly.
112.
Okay, it costs a lot more than what I figured up. Well, I did it at $82. So,
Not to correct you, recently new contract, sir.
and I'm sorry that you have to deal with that, because I too agree, and I think there are better ways to handle that, but it's out of our control. We're gonna ask some questions, but, the risk that's involved, every time someone comes in and goes out, the risk is so high. That's another reason I don't like.
How often do you find contraband, things like that brought in because of that?
It is one of the major ways that contraband gets into our facility. Weekenders, work release, two biggest things. So.
Seems antiquated.
I think that, so I can tell you that from when I worked in the jail commissioner, or when I was a private citizen and when I came to work for the county, I thought, man, the weekender thing, I'd hate to have to go to jail. But you see these people come in, they don't care. They come in, they take handfuls of medication, they sit back there, it's a huge liability. They come in on narcotics, they rarely get removed when we report it. So I just don't know what the system needs to be, but the system is not the punitive system that I think it's potentially intended to be, right? Another option was that it's for people that have jobs. We have a lot of people that are weekenders that don't have jobs. So that's for the courts to decide, though.
So you pointed out that it's an issue, but we have no control over it, which is true. And so we just have to deal with it right now. And this court can choose to have discussions with the judges and the DAs. You got to be careful on them making judicial decisions and you influencing it. But, so I don't think we need to talk about that anymore.
Yes, sir. Moving on to the next item, it's going to be courthouse security deputies. And we were asking for 4 positions, and I did hear Commissioner Jones' comment about not liking to fund things at $1, and I am not wanting to defend that in any way, Commissioner. I do want to point out the only reason we did that is because we weren't sure that it was going to be until July, and it's been pushed back twice already, so maybe it just made it to October, but we take no stance on that whatsoever.
Well, we can and have in the past created positions if it becomes evident during the budget year that it's going to make it before October, and we certainly can.
You're going to know that in the spring, probably, but
Yeah.
So
late
we,
winter.
it's not contentious with us at all, gentlemen, in any way, shape, or form. So the other two courthouse positions that we are requesting are for Judge Long and Judge Bennett's court. Each one of them is taking approximately, and I could have Tim come and talk more about it, 10% of the criminal docket. That is not 10% of 19th or 54th docket, that is of the criminal docket. It is not an inconsequential or small amount of cases. You're talking about 250 or so cases per year. Currently, we staff those courts with a single security personnel, and without getting too in-depth, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be some, if y'all have some questions, we may have to defer. We just need to have those additional security personnel in those courts if they're going to be hearing criminal trials, especially in custody.
Okay.
I'll move on from that one.
Any questions, anyone here?
Not right now, but outside this venue, I'll probably have a question or two.
Certainly, and anything related to the security plan for the courthouse, security assessment, why we need, how many people, where we need them, is all executive session.
Right.
So I just want to be clear, we're more than open to talk to you gentlemen about it. Tim's got a wealth of information about it all.
Okay.
Moving on to reclassifications. So one of them is reclassifying a currently vacant clerk position to our public information officer. And I did hear Commissioner Smith say, hey, don't they have software for open records? And Commissioner, I did want to point out that the PIO and the open records are completely separate things overall. So the PIO is House Bill 33 item, that's the Uvalde Act Strong, and I know there's been discussions about a countywide one that people have brought up in some of the court's discussion as well, but we are required to have one specifically by statute. Centralizing those media inquiries, press releases, emergency messaging, public safety alerts, social media management, digital communications, misinformation correction, outreach messaging, and communications records retention. We want to do it with that current clerk position. We had HR say like, here's what the person needs to be able to do. Can you tell us what that's worth salary-wise? We don't really have a lot of input on that, other than here's what we need them to do, and then they come back and say, here's what a salary is for that. So are there any additional questions on that? We're trying to maintain our head count by just reclassifying a position to maybe get a little more out of it for a little more money, or a lot more out of it for a little more money. If the county ever did go to a PIO for whatever reason, not our determination, we would certainly be in favor of our PIO and the county PIO coordinating and having that open line of communication so that everybody is having that single message pushed out for things such as a bomb threat at the courthouse, as it were. So, any questions?
Any questions, anyone have?
So right now, at countywide, our PIO is basically our county judge. So we could just add that responsibility onto that position, would solve that, wouldn't it?
I might have an odd way of responding to some requests, so it'd probably need a professional. But those come in, and between Dustin and department heads, our elected officials, and Mike Dixon oversight, we kick those out. Sometimes they might be as simple as a press release that we'll just devise in our office, and
Right.
it goes out. But if it's real specific, and especially requests for information, has to follow real strict guidelines. Mike is very efficient on that, as well as Dustin, so I think we're good for now on that. But those requests that go to Sheriff's Department are real detailed and specific to that area, and it makes sense to me that for sure, that you have the proper structure for response there. More important actually than probably.
What percentage of those requests that come to your office are leveled at the sheriff's department?
Well, generally what happens is,
How does that work?
is that those are referred over generally, right? And Dustin can answer that as well, but some of those would be. But Dustin, do you have?
Yeah, I think I think most of those they're going to be law enforcement matters that the sheriff's office is already dealing with. And so I think it's on they're probably pretty limited where it's something that comes to us that is tied in with the SO that didn't already go to them first, I would say. David, Jake, do y'all agree with that?
Yeah, we get the overwhelming majority, let's just say that me and Dustin are never not in constant communication almost on these issues. And some of these things, like a bomb threat at the courthouse, not making light of it, but it's a recent occurrence, there's certainly a communication standard that needs to be set up between us, Ryan Durker, McLean County Emergency Management, the county judge's office, Sean Nixon and his folks for like the EverFi notifications or whatever that system is called now. Just making sure that all those things happen. And it's one of these problems now that a lot of agencies have. If it's somebody's job, it's nobody's job. It's just a random hodgepodge of whoever happens to be there this day's job.
Well, I would like to see if we did, and I understand this is being mandated by the state, but I would like for this person to very much coordinate with Dustin and the judge's office and things like that to kind of get the whole county a little more up to speed as far as, I felt like that we needed a PIO for a while. So
I guess the question that I would have a concern is, so you name one person as a point, PIO, person, okay? And they take a 2-week vacation. Then who's left?
Well, generally, like the way it is now, there's no isolation of access to Dustin, the sheriff, the county judge, and others, no matter whether you're on vacation or whatever. You're 24/7, and so you're going to respond. So there's not a time that something does not get addressed. So if that's what you mean.
I guess that's what I mean. I don't know. They'd have to get up to speed if they're off in snow skiing in Colorado or something like that, and something comes up and they're asked for, make a comment or public information. They couldn't do it, obviously, right off the bat because they don't know what's going on. So they're never off.
And to me, the bigger issue on this side of it, not the law enforcement side, is every elected official is autonomous. They don't have to, so you get a PIO, how many of the elected officials are actually going to use them instead of going and doing their own?
Doing their own, yeah.
Yeah, that has happened, which is generally okay, but sometimes it wasn't in conjunction with the thought process of other
Right.
departments.
I can see that happening.
My office or the sheriff's office.
I just think that's something that's got to be talked about a little bit more.
And Commissioner, to your point and Commissioner Jones' point, both, right? We don't want to put out a message that the county judge isn't the first phone call, right?
They're real good about communicating.
We try to make sure that before anything gets put out in the media or there's any type of threat, that the county judge is at least informed of that emergency, and then we're kind of moving on. And we also agree that, generally speaking, Commissioner, like county problems are sheriff's office problems, typically, right? They just are. So we care about those problems and that integration, whether it's, y'all's office doing a tire recycling event or a road hazard on the road or whatever. Those could be public safety related or public safety adjacent. So those things do matter to us, and we do want to integrate.
A PIO is the person that, let's say, the media calls to get an official response, as opposed to a citizen asking for information from an open records request.
Correct. And also that PIO is also pushing out critical messages for the department, like, hey, the other day.
If they choose to, right.
Right. We have an incident at the courthouse. We want to notify the public, stay away from the area, situation, no one's hurt. We just want to put that basic information out to the general public about this. It could be even related to things that commonly go on that we put out messaging for, such as scams. Like we have a high propensity for scams. Our elderly population is targeted too often by it. So just trying to put that information out.
Theoretically, if you already have someone who's good at being before the camera, that person could also be a PIO.
And I think the camera.
Or else you're gonna ask everyone else to step back and only that person to be the one in front of the camera.
You can't, the problem is the elected officials say, I don't care what you say.
I know,
We're
yeah.
gonna, I can get out there
It's
and say. what I
election
want
year,
to.
I need to be in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I think the point is that you're never going to remove the elected official if the judge or the sheriff wants to go on camera and talk about something, but putting out that messaging to the public, because the public notification system, it's Facebook, it's Instagram, that is the public system now. And putting out some messaging, because, and this isn't to say anything about any elected official, but when something happens, the first thing that runs through these elected officials' minds typically is not, hey, let's jump on Facebook and notify.
I guess where I'm coming from, David, I need to see, and something we can discuss more, the volume of public information that would require a full-time position from someone, as opposed to someone taking on that role who's currently employed. I would need to see how often that happens, that person is going to be churning out that information or responding to phone calls, not someone asking for records, not an open records request, but actual just public information. So I know you went through all the responsibilities, but I would need to know that that's a 24/7, 365 full-time job. That's just me talking, okay? To warrant, I know you gotta have that person because the state says you do, but does it have to be a separate individual, or can that be responsibility added to someone currently? Because it's something that doesn't happen that often.
Well, and
That's me talking.
certainly, and if you don't mind, would you like for me to address it with just some?
I think something we can probably discuss at a later date or
Sure,
something.
absolutely,
like that.
sir.
But
Absolutely.
I think we're pressed for time right now.
I do want to be respectful of the time. So let me move on. The next request that we have is personnel reclassification. I believe this was other on the HR, I think.
Which one?
And over, this is the personnel deputy LE background investigator.
Yes, those are others.
Okay. So these are the folks who do all of our investigations on our backgrounds for folks. They go to other departments. They do all the TCOL Secure Share. They talk to all of their family members. They talk to all of their references that they put on their application. These folks are the folks that do all of our vetting for who is going to be our new employees. And it is an arduous job. So we are simply asking to reclassify them from deputy LEs to investigators. The cost is minimal. I will be transparent in saying when we check with other departments, it is a hodgepodge. There is no defined way that every department does this, but the duties that they are doing for us very closely align with what an investigator does. And I believe the cost for this is about $4,340 something for all of those positions to reclassify them at their current steps into the step that is in the investigator slot. So moving on to the last item. The last item that we have is our nurse leadership for our Assistant Director of Nursing. Our Assistant Director of Nursing is one tier below our director, of course, and currently with the scheduled built-in overtime, the RNs that the ADON supervises on their regularly scheduled pay card, they make more money than the Assistant Director of Nursing does. HR had thrown out some options, and I think that we have abandoned those, have we not, Anna? Some additional options other than just a straight salary?
We have the salary raise as a recommendation.
Okay. That is a very critical position for us. The amount of medical intake forms, the amount of pills, the amount of appointments, the expansion of mental health, the expansion of QMHP, that's all ultimately affects our nursing staff. And trying to have competent management that is producing statistical data that is relevant, that helps us understand where we're going, that manages those nurses, those schedules, those services that we're providing. I believe the increase is, $12,000 is what we're requesting there for that position, just to place them at a slightly higher level than the people that they manage, is what we're asking for on that. Any questions?
Questions? Proceed.
All right. So my last section is just salary survey, general direction from the court. Do you want me to get into that before?
That's going to be probably longer than a 15-minute
I
discussion.
would think yes, but I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. It's probably 30 minutes, 45 maybe.
Is there a shorter subject we can discuss?
That is the
Before-
end, that is the end of
Last
everything
one.
that I have, sans that thing.
Okay. I tell you what we could do, if the court's okay with this. I could leave when I have to leave. I don't know, others may have obligations.
I need to leave soon too.
Okay. So I guess at this time, we'll defer till after lunch. Unless, you have something to go over?
No, sir.
Not really?
Does our,
And we've got some rescheduling to do, right?
Yes, Waco Family Medicine was going to be with us at 1:30.
Yeah.
could we come back at 1, I mean, do we have to come back
We
at 1?
posted at 1:30, I
Posted,
think.
okay.
We're
That
good
answered,
with whatever.
if we're posted 1:30, we don't have to.
And I probably can't get back here before
Okay.
1:30.
And do we want to include this subject when we talk about COLA and everything else? Since we're gonna all be talking about.
Bring it back on that day.
Just bring them back on that
That
day.
may work too.
Good thought.
Good thought, yeah.
Francis, what do you think about
So just kind of scheduling wise, maybe then we come back Thursday morning if you are available.
Thursday, I'm available for the court whenever y'all need me.
And we can circle back to, like, I kind of thought we'd circle back to personnel discussions anyway that day. So we could do that if that works.
That'll work, and so we can go ahead and hear Waco Family Medicine at 1:30?
Yeah, keep them on schedule.
Yeah,
Thursday, 9 a.m.?
Yes.
yeah, 9 a.m. would be first on the deal.
Judge, if I could just,
Yeah.
two questions that were asked, I got a couple answers for you. The supplies for the dishwashers, the question, those chemicals, that is included.
Okay, I
with
thought
that.
we talked.
And then the other one, the discount for local purchase, I believe that was Commissioner Jones's question. The answer to that was no.
Okay.
On the Motorola?
On the discount for doing local purchase, I think we're talking about radios.
Yeah.
Earlier. When I asked if we were able to identify any discounts with that, they said no.
Buy more than one, or they'll give you a discount or something, but they don't.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Anything else to come before the court for recess? And by the way, if any of the commissioners have any questions for Major Ives or anyone else, go ahead and get it to them. And that way, when they come Thursday, they'll be able to address those.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay, we will recess till 1:30.
Thank you.
in progress.
Okay. Let's call court back into session. Okay, Francis, I
So
think we're waiting on Dr. Griggs.
We are.
He was at the same luncheon I was at, so he should be here in a minute.
I'm thinking.
Where is he?
I'm sure they'll be here any second, right? There's no use to start.
Yeah,
Long, okay.
Yeah,
long-winded.
yeah, he should be walking in.
Engineer.
I don't know who he had coming with him, but.
Wait a minute. We're already, yeah, that's right, okay. We still got engineer and 170th that we're behind.
Yes, and today, so I asked Amy if she could come back at 3:30 today.
Who?
Amy Highland.
Okay, she's gonna be here at 3:30?
Yes, they had a meeting at 2, so she thought that gave her a tough time to get back over here.
Okay.
So
3:30.
just constant adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way it is.
Come on up.
Oh, goodness, we all waiting on me. I feel terrible. This.
You could have brought a Starbucks.
This group is not a group you want to make wait. Forgive me. It's nice to see you.
You are fine, and we.
Fine, totally.
You're good.
We are in session, so anytime you want to go ahead and start your presentation. I just walked in right before you did.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a little less guilty, Judge. It's good to see you all, and
I've been here 30 minutes waiting on you, but go ahead. I'm lying.
well, I got to make it worth your wait then. I'm feeling Nelson performance anxiety. Did y'all happen to receive slides?
Yes, Cody sent those to me. Would you like me to share them for you?
I think that would be helpful, just so that we're all tracking, although I'm not sure if commissioners and judge can see those while I share.
Yes, they have a screen below you.
Oh, wonderful.
There's one right
There's a screen right
Okay.
there and one behind us and one on each side of the room. So
Wonderful.
we're covered.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I'm always honored to come and present to each of you, commissioners, judge. So I appreciate that, the offer. And it's upon the occasion of our annual request for funding. And so I have put that in the kind of order of operations here as the third item. So if you'll advance the next slide, we're just going to provide the context. And I've given a lot of context to this court in prior presentations, so I'm not going to spend as much time at this juncture talking about the context of healthcare, but I do want just to briefly mention it as a reorientation. After that, then we'll talk some about our previous year, or kind of a year in performance, and then I'll present the specific ask for fiscal year that we're headed into next. So,
Okay.
So with that, as this court knows, the United States has so many things to be very, very proud of. We're an exceptional country in so many ways. Our healthcare delivery system has some shining elements to it: cancer care, trauma surgeries, interoperative support with robotic surgical tools for really advanced surgery, unparalleled across the globe. What it falls short in is population health, so how the general population fares in terms of their health output. And we get low population health outcomes at a very, very high cost. About 5.2 trillion was spent in 24, which is the most recently published National Health Expenditures data. 18% of our GDP. Comparator countries that perform much better in terms of composite outcomes and delivery systems spend far less in terms of their percent GDP. Our life expectancy falls behind peer countries by about 4 years. Next slide. And Texas, we're so proud of a business climate that outperforms the rest of the country year over year. And yet there are some ways in which our state falls behind, and I'll just mention those briefly. In Texas, 18% of adults skipped care for healthcare needs because of cost. And that was the highest number of the 50 states, that 18%. More adults are missing care because of cost in Texas than any other state. And we continue to have the lowest number of insured individuals in terms of the percent of total population. CNBC recently put out a description of our overall business climate in Texas, and it ranked us number 4. We would be number
Did you also see what CNBC said about quality of life in Texas?
That is exactly what I was getting at, Commissioner Jones,
Okay.
Which is number 4 overall. And we would have been 1 or 2 because we were number 1 for workforce and number 2 for economy and access
there
to
it is.
capital. But you've stolen my thunder. You've beaten me to the punchline, which is that we were number 49 for quality of life, and that takes into account healthcare.
And I'm just going to say this, to get it on the record, I am not a fan of that ranking or their system in general.
Yeah, it's highly subjective. It's
Very
points
subjective.
assigned to a whole array of things that I think the take-home message is not that we're trying
NBC
to,
Universal is not your
be particularly
bastion of,
scientific, right?
yeah.
Exactly.
Conservatism or anything like that.
Just the notion that there are so many things going well for the business climate in Texas. One of the things that some businesses are taking into consideration are quality of life issues. I think that's the take-home point, not wanting to advocate or endorse a particular
Well, I'm not
measurement
moving
tool.
from Texas to get a better quality of life because I'm having so much fun I can't hardly stand it.
I'm with you. I'll be buried here, Judge. Next slide. In terms of mental health outcomes, Texas ranks also 50th in access to mental health professionals. We have in our region 43% fewer behavioral health clinicians as compared to the Texas average, and this is regional, so this is not McLennan County specific, but 31% higher suicide rate than the state average as well. Next slide. So now I want to talk some about year in review and what Waco Family Medicine, what your community health center is doing about some of those issues. Next slide. This statistic hasn't changed. We see it being steady year over year, that 1 in 5 individuals in McLennan County received care within the past 12 months at Waco Family Medicine at one of our 12 clinical sites. We actually have just launched 3 school-based sites. So we have in total, if you're doing a technical count, it's 15, but those school-based sites are providing mental health care, so not the full array of primary care at this point. We also have launched a mobile unit that I'll share about in just a bit. But in total, over 50,000 McLennan County patients in 2025. And of course, patients from every precinct, both urban and rural. Now, these categories are not mutually exclusive, so it wouldn't be accurate to add these, but in total, almost 300,000 medical visits, that's preventive, acute care, chronic disease management, almost 61,000 visits for a behavioral health condition. That includes mental health disorders, alcohol use disorder, other substance use disorders. 22,000 visits for dental needs, and 2,675 mothers that we cared for prenatal care in the past year. Since 2020, we've grown in terms of our patient numbers by 31%. We saw in total almost 77,000 individuals last year. And while the uninsured rate has decreased a little bit, it's now at 23%. What we're finding is a number of those newly insured patients have bronze plans, which have on the healthcare marketplace, the Obamacare marketplace, and those bronze plans have high deductibles. So from the standpoint of the care that we're providing, they're functionally uninsured because they haven't met their deductible. And so we're still covering the cost of those patients. So that number, 23% uninsured, is functionally higher because of the high bronze plans. Since the last update, we've launched our mobile and street medicine program. Again, I'll share more about that momentarily. Our Children's Vision Center, which was under the leadership and management of Transformation Waco. There was a federal grant that was ending, and we took that over for that. For Transformation Waco, that was the Rappaport Vision Center that we've now brought in-house to care for Waco ISD students who are referred over for visual deficits. And finally, the school-based behavioral health program, which we are on campus at 3 Waco ISD middle schools and have plans to grow. I believe we had already started Project Beacon last year, which is our initiative to screen every child in well child visits for mental health conditions. But maybe it's worth just a quick pause and anticipate the question of why this focus on pediatric mental health. Across the country, we've seen growth in pediatric, adolescent, and young adult mental health prevalence, so mental health condition prevalence. So we're talking here about anxiety disorders, major depressive disorders, trauma and trauma-related disorders like PTSD, and then even some psychotic disorders and substance use disorders. So since about 2010, we've seen a very steep climb in the prevalence among young people, and of course we're under-equipped across the country, and particularly in Texas, for managing this surge in new need. And that is why here locally we've been working to build up services to support that need. Notably, and this was published in, well, I'm about to speak out of turn because I can't recall if it was the United Way publication on the condition of our children or if it was in Prosper Waco's most recent annual summit update. But our county has 29% higher pediatric and adolescent mental health hospitalizations than the state average, which was obviously a concerning statistic to see. I'm sorry, I can't remember the citation there. But let's move to the next slide. For about 2.5 years, been having conversations with school leadership at multiple local school districts and hearing that this is an issue experienced here in our community and that there's no evident solution that is on the immediate horizon. As a community health center, we're interested in solving our community's health problems. And so in collaboration, first with Waco ISD, we have begun to put clinics, these are Waco Family Medicine clinics, on the school campuses, but these are clinics focused on behavioral health conditions. So we're starting with the 3 middle school campuses in a pilot. One started in February, the other 2 in March, in order to provide assessment, diagnosis where diagnosis is needed, and treatment plans for children who have mental health conditions. These treatment plans include psychotherapy, so this is evidence-based talk therapy to help patients. These are students who we identify as patients, evidence-based psychotherapy to help them through the course of their illness.
So there were 6 to 7 visits per student for those diagnosed conditions.
Yes, sir. And that's just the 4 months or so that these clinics were operational in our pilot phase at the 3 middle schools. We'll continue in the school year 26 and 27 that's upcoming in those 3 middle schools, and we have plans to expand as well. And in the Waco ISD, with the hope that once we have clearly demonstrated our capacity to operate the model successfully, and we're also interested in demonstrating improvement in clinical outcomes as well as better school attendance, we will plan on also looking at other school districts that are interested.
Quick question on that.
Yes, sir.
I like that thought process where y'all are going. How much is that going to drive up your expenditures?
So our expenditures that are uncompensated, it's really the first year where we incur uncompensated expenditures. By the end of the first year, we have adequate throughput in these clinics as well as credentialing with Medicaid that allows coverage of our costs, as well as a little bit of overhead. So we're batching or cohorting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's exactly right. So,
Are these students identified through counselors, teachers, as far as possibly needing to be screened for these issues? And then you have to obviously, I guess, contact parents for parental permission to.
Great.
You have to go through all of those hoops.
Great question, Commissioner Smith. Yes, sir. So the avenues for entry are multiple. So teacher, administrator, parent, even children themselves self-identifying as having need, particularly that's relevant in middle school and high school. But that triggers the process of contacting the parents, notifying the parents that there's a potential concern here, ensuring that we get their permission documented and that they understand what the care involves, and then moving forward with the visit.
Long process.
There are instances in state law that allow for a visit without parental consent, but those are very few and usually in crisis scenarios where urgency is paramount and it's temporizing until parent consent can be obtained. But I want to recognize that this is a concept that came out of the Behavioral Health Leadership Team. So this is that group that is under the Prosper Waco umbrella, that steering committee on which Judge Felton has participated for a number of years, as well as city leadership and hospital leadership and behavioral health network leadership. A lot of strategy going into what's going to bend the curve in our community, this being one of the solutions that were identified in that group. And really pleased that state funding has helped us to start in the middle schools and to support those 3 middle schools. Justice transition, speaking of behavioral health leadership team and concepts, strategies, solutions that came out of that group, our justice transition team and services were another concept that grew out of behavioral health leadership team. And we're receiving state funding as a subrecipient through Behavioral Health Network for this work as well.
So is that acting like a reintegration program?
In the sense in which those who are identified as having behavioral health needs when they're in the jail are needing bridged into clinical care, including care management and medication management. This solves that piece. So folks who have had substance use disorder before entering into the jail system have a very, very high likelihood of struggling with substance use disorder and returning back to previously used substances once they leave the jail.
This actually is the first step to get into full reintegration. In other words, if they can't get over these mental health and drug and alcohol abuse, they're not going to be able to succeed in a lot of the other programs.
Gotcha.
And these are persons who are coming out of McLennan County
Yes, sir.
jail system.
Yes, sir. And we have staff who are routinely meeting with jail staff. There's a weekly conversation that occurs that we have staff who are now attending, understanding who is going to be exiting the jail system and who's going to need that bridged care into regular primary care, medication support, and care management, so that follow-up visits can be made for any number of behavioral health concerns, as well as access to primary care. The concept was around behavioral health needs, but because we are integrated at Waco Family Medicine, other chronic medical conditions will be addressed simultaneously. So we have more capacity than we have had referrals at this point, but there's a normal fluctuation in discharges from the jail system, and I think we've started at a kind of a nadir, a low point, and we are still expecting more than just the 16 we've seen in the sort of the months that it's been live, which is really fairly short at this point.
How many months has this been in place?
Right about the same start time as the school base. So it was end of February, beginning of March when we first started. So we as I mentioned, can handle more referrals, but at this point haven't seen those. In addition, what we have found is that in our mobile and street medicine care, which is the next slide, I believe, we have identified individuals who have been recently discharged from the jail setting, and we didn't pick up on those when they were going through our usual process. So we're identifying some individuals on the streets who would otherwise fit the criteria. Actually, I'll get to street medicine in a moment, but addiction medicine is also something that we have continued to grow within primary care at Waco Family Medicine, recognizing that there is a stigma around receiving care for alcohol use disorder or opioid use disorder or stimulant use disorder. And if we can incorporate that, integrate that into primary care, it reduces the stigma. Folks are more willing to come in and tell their physician, their family doctor, hey, I think I've got a problem, or in the course of just usual interview about any of an array of conditions, someone comes in with their migraine headaches, and in the course of conversation, we identify they're not sleeping because of their stimulant use, and then we begin to address their stimulant use disorder as the root cause for that, as well as any of an array of other issues. But last year, over 2,300 patients were treated for alcohol or drug use disorders. So it's a pretty big number in terms of what work is being done across the community. We may be now seeing more individuals. Those numbers of other organizations aren't published, but I believe we have now surpassed the other organizations in the community in terms of those that we're treating in the outpatient setting for substance use disorder.
Do you think that's a lot for, compared to other communities, other FQHCs like we are?
It's a lot for an FQHC in terms of the per population, but that is because we've focused on it. We know it's there. I mean, I'll just kind of give you a pre-post, because my native habitat is in the clinic seeing patients. When there weren't solutions for methamphetamine abuse, outside of I'm acknowledging this in primary care, I'm making recommendations, and then I'm pivoting to focus on your chronic medical conditions in the exam room, because that we can do something about. Now that we have addiction medicine specialists on staff who are part of our faculty, who staff the addiction medicine clinic, we have a degree of expertise, and frankly, we have new medications and new science that's become available. We've leaned hard into that, knowing that there is a problem through our community that has been relatively unaddressed. So we're unusual as a community health center in how much we've invested in this problem, so that it's not a prevalence issue in the community. It's not as if McLennan County, I'm not aware that McLennan County far surpasses comparator counties in terms of the problem. But to answer your question precisely, we do more of that work as a community health center than most other community health centers because of our area of emphasis there.
Okay.
which grew, in fact, out of our behavioral health integration. You know, first step is there's a lot of folks who have mental health needs who aren't getting help, and so we built out for that need. And then in the course of managing mental health conditions, because substance use disorder is not universally, but not uncommonly associated with mental health conditions, we realized, yeah, this is another gap we've got to help fill. So, and now we have substance use disorder experts who are riding out with the team in our mobile units as well. So we received a $2.5 million 5-year grant from HRSA. We were the only, you can move it to the next slide.
Sorry.
We were the only entity in Texas that received this grant. Other major medical centers across the country, including, for example, Yale, received this award, but we were a kind of an outlier in terms of being a community health center. And I think this also may kind of get at your question, Commissioner Jones, which is that we've sort of demonstrated a capacity to manage mental health and substance use disorder in a way that's unique for health centers, which is probably why we received this award. So we have a mobile unit.
Congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We have a mobile unit that we're now driving out. So I've Monday mornings, I've been joining the team on Monday mornings to care for patients under the bridge, and have really found that there's a tremendous value in addressing some of our sickest neighbors from a mental health standpoint and a chronic disease standpoint. Those who have the greatest, whether it be psychological or social logistical barriers for getting access to care through our mobile unit. We have a van that goes out. It's air conditioned. It's got an exam room right there in the van. We've got our basic bandages and needs there, but then we also work to get those patients medications that they need. We'll bring them their medicines. What you find in terms of the homeless population, they are frequently identify a place that's sort of their habitat, and they'll stay there for often weeks on end in that same general location. And there's a pretty tight network among those who are living homeless, and they share. They'll say if they know you're there to help, they'll identify. Well, Jimmy's changed his camp. Now he's about 100 yards that way, and you can go find Jimmy. So we're able to bring medications to those who have an infection and were headed to the hospital except for our intervention, or those that that need their medications for a mental health condition, who might have been headed back to the jail if they didn't get those medicines. Really appreciate.
They go into a database.
They are part of our electronic health record.
Yeah.
But we do identify them in our notes so that we can later, assess, look at the quality improvement work that we do for all of our subpopulations. Really appreciate our partners, the Hangar, Creekside Village, Salvation Army, have been really marvelous partners in this work. Next slide. Our family medicine residency program continues to be very successful in recruiting some of the best and brightest from all over the country. We have a really an unparalleled board pass rate. I've lost count. It's been 15 or more years since we've had someone fail our boards, and they generally pass in the top 90th percentile on the family medicine boards compared to those all over the country. I think the other statistic of 81% of our community's family docs trained at our organization is one that this group knows. So now I'll move on to the ask and to situate the ask. I'll just remind the group that we are one of the largest counties in the state without an ad valorem healthcare tax, and to help support the safety net. Also of interest, I don't know that I've shared this information before, but our federal base grant on a per patient basis is $50.80, and health centers on average are $159.41.
Why?
I was anticipating that question. So we grew.
It's a Texas thing, isn't it?
It may be, but what I understand to be the issue is that we grew fairly aggressively from 2003 to about 2015, meeting the community's needs, standing up additional clinics, not waiting for grant funding from the federal government in order to open new clinics. Now, that grant funding, when you open a new clinic as a federally qualified health center, pays for the startup costs, but then it also gets rolled into your annual grant. Some portion of that startup new site funding gets rolled into your annual grant. So it's ideal if you just wait and you wait and you wait. And whenever HRSA posts a federal grant for opening a new site, that's when you move. Because those dollars not only support startup costs, but then they get rolled into your federal annual grant. But that's not responsive to the community need. When you're responsive to the community need, you grow when there's the need to grow, and it is disadvantageous to your annual federal funding, which is just a quirk of the way in which health centers are funded.
So what I'm hearing you say is our $50.80 versus $159.41, we're behind the eight ball with everybody else. And it would benefit y'all if that number were improved.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Is that a Pete Sessions question, Judge?
Yeah, it's a federal.
Federal
That
dollars
is
that
federal.
we could ask him about?
I do ask Representative Sessions routinely to be a voice of advocacy when there is mandatory funding adjustments, that there's a bill that comes around every year for health centers, as well as.
Have you showed him that number right there, that 50/80?
I've not shown him that number, and since HRSA's rules around base grants are pretty are codified. I don't know what the levers are, but it would not hurt to say, absolutely, to say, hey, look at this discrepancy. Is there any work that you could do? Is there a phone call you could make? With,
any buttons to push?
Yeah. I think that's a great suggestion, Commissioner. Thank you for that recommendation. And then the 13 million, if we used our per visit costs and we multiply that by the number of uninsured individuals that we saw last year in McLennan County, not the number of individuals, but the number of visits by uninsured individuals from McLennan County, it ends up being about 13 million. So next slide. Why is that number so high? 20.5% of working age adults are uninsured in McLennan County. You'll also hear a 19% number that's mentioned, and that 19% number is associated with those who are less than 65 who are uninsured. So these are those who are 19 to 65 till their birthday at 65, who are 20.5%. And that's twice the national average. I think there's a recent Commonwealth Fund analysis that was shared about rural Texas primary care, and the quote that came from one rural community member is if our health system fails, it's a domino effect. Businesses won't relocate and families move away. So it's an issue. There is a problem if we can't support our primary care through some means, and that's where the question resides. Who's going to end up paying for the health care that's needed in our communities? Next slide.
Therefore, it's a economic issue.
Yes, sir.
Big economic issue.
Absolutely. We are stabilizing, but we're not yet secure. Our average operating margin over 5 years is less than 1%, which is a hard way to run a business. The days cash on hand, you'll see that drop from FY '21 to '22. We made a major investment in a new facility, which was anticipated. What was not anticipated is dipping further into the reserves to cover the costs of patients who had been on Medicaid, who through procedural issues with the state got bumped off of Medicaid, even though they were still Medicaid eligible. That plus some medical cost inflation that exceeded expectations yielded a deficit that caused our reserves to go down a little further. We're building those back up. We're still not quite at the 90-day comfort line of cash on hand.
But y'all took some pretty drastic measures to balance that out by layoffs and those kind of things.
We did. It was the most difficult decision professionally that I have had to make as a healthcare administrator. We laid off 52 people, and we consolidated 4 clinics. I say consolidated because the same year that those clinics at their locations were closed, we actually grew in terms of our number of overall patients. But those were patients were shifted to either our central site off of Colcord and 18th or our South 18th site for the most part. We're still dealing with ongoing headwinds. The 340B pharmacy, which I believe I've mentioned here to this group before, it's a special designation on our pharmacy that allows us to purchase our medication inventory at the federally negotiated best price. So we buy our medications at a low cost, and when our patients do happen to have commercial insurance or Medicare Part D or Medicare Advantage plan with a formulary, we collect from the insurers a regular price just like anyone else, any other pharmacy would, and that spread is the margin that we're able to turn back into patient care. So we're federally required to use that margin for access and care. But our pharmacy becomes really key as an economic pillar, and the 340B has been under attack by multiple different sort of actors. Pharmacy benefit managers are kind of the key injury to us at Wicker Family Medicine. And our pharmacy margins have shrunk from 65% down to about 42% in the last 2.5 years. Medicaid enrollment has continued to fall. Texas down 5.4% since January of '25. A lot of these are children, and a lot of these are not. These are Medicaid eligible children who have not been able to maintain their Medicaid, oftentimes because of procedural reasons, not because they have, not because children, families have higher incomes, but because of the procedural burdens to those families. Premiums are expected to climb in the Obamacare marketplace. And a good bit of that is because of the enhanced subsidies that expired. And then inflation, as medical cost inflation over the last 2 years has been above 6%. And after a period of relative stability, we're seeing more healthcare inflationary costs, but payments don't keep up with the increased expenses. So those are the headwinds we're managing now, and the last slide here, or maybe second to last slide here.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Is the ask. We are continuing to approach Commissioners Court with an ask that you only keep up with the medical cost inflation, and this is a subset of the overall inflationary costs in medicine. We don't look at the overall medical cost and inflation from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Instead, we're only looking at the service line in the outpatient environment, and that's a much smaller percentage number. So 3.2% was the most recent inflationary rate, and that's consistent with 3.1 and 2.1 in the prior years. We're so grateful for the county's longstanding support, 57 years now of support in helping to offset the cost of the uninsured that we care for. It is a long-term investment, and the next slide gets at that. But before I move to the next slide, the overall number that we've requested this year is $868,588, which is up just shy of 27,000 over last year, and that's that 3.2%. So the next slide. So I mentioned that 13 million uninsured cost in the county. That's about 6.5 cents per dollar spent on uninsured care. Waco contributes about 10 cents per dollar, and Waco Family Medicine leverages the other 83.5 cents, including, for example, through the 340B pharmacy. I mentioned the multiplier here. For every dollar spent in primary care, there's savings in overall healthcare costs in two optimized primary care settings, one in Rhode Island, one in Oregon. We've seen $1 spent in primary care saving $7 downstream in overall healthcare costs, $1 in primary care saving $13 in overall healthcare costs. And then the Congressional Budget Office has recognized this, and they're conservative. This is across the entire country. This isn't just in optimized settings, but that when $1 spent in primary care, $2 at specifically community health centers, $2 are cut from Medicaid and Medicare spending. So it's a good investment if your interest is in reducing overall healthcare costs. And then last, almost penultimate slide here. So our keys going forward, we'll continue to invest in mothers and children, which have the highest long-term health return on investment. We're in a situation right now where we need to continue to really strengthen our current systems before moving out. We recognize that within our service area, there are rural communities east and west of here that have a lot of need, and we're not ready to grow into those communities just yet because of our financial circumstances.
How many do you think travel over?
Say again?
Do you think there's any people traveling over from the other counties?
We have, so of our
No, there are at the hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. Of our 12 sites, we have one in Hillsborough and one in Temple, but we have individuals who travel in from 6 other counties, excluding Hillsborough, McLennan, and Bell. So 6 other counties, folks are coming in to see us at one of our clinics. So we've got a lot of folks who travel.
Are any of those people coming from other counties, are any of those counties participants in the funding?
So the 54,000 that I've shared with you today and the counting of the costs of uninsured are purely McLennan County. And we have approached and made asks to other community members, other counties. And there has been an openness to further discussions. I have presented, in fact, in front of other city councils outside of Waco. But there has yet to be a commitment. A commitment, yes, sir. And I think that is falling. Some of that is because the pressure that our states are putting on local counties and cities in terms of limitations from a revenue generation standpoint. It's a particularly bad time to be asking for new investments that have not been on the books before. However, we're going to stay after it. So we'll continue to work on prevention and chronic disease management in order to save on overall healthcare costs and to improve absenteeism and presenteeism and the work in the workforce. You know, presenteeism being I'm sick, I have a migraine, I'm depressed, I'm not giving the work my best, I'm here, but I'm not really here. and of course absenteeism. And then stand with our public partners and continue to respond to the needs as we're able to identify them. And that's it. I want to just thank, Judge, this may be the last time that I get the opportunity to present to you in this setting, unless you call me back. But I want to thank you specifically for 14 years, more than 14 years of commitment to the health of our community. It's been just a magnificent honor to work with you, and I'm grateful to you for your leadership and from a personal standpoint, just showing me how a mature leader leads, particularly in a time of crisis. So thank you for that. And thank you, commissioners, for continuing to be a part of this important work. I appreciate you listening today.
All right, any questions?
Doctor, on the reintegration program that we slide on, and you said there were 16 referrals since June. From where do those referrals come? Do they come from the jail?
Yes, sir. Yes, 16 since late February, early March, and those are coming from the jail.
From the jail. And maybe my feeble mind, but it just seems like with the number of inmates in and out released, and knowing the number who are in there, who they identify as having mental health issues or substance abuse issues, seem like that number of referrals would be higher from the jail.
Don't you think it will be, as they get kind of used to it, it's kind of a new thing, and
It may be the matter of we know this is a good program, but we've got our rhythms and our workflows, and this takes a little extra work to make that refer. I'm not exactly sure that, but it may be a matter of, oh wow, these folks.
There's
really
a
are
lot of
benefiting.
factors. You've got your if there's family involved and the continuum of care and, different things like that. So, I mean, it's kind of a.
They're
some
identifying
people
what,
don't
60 to 70%
people don't want
of the inmates there
Some of these
have
folks don't
have
want
some sort of issue like that, and it just seemed like that number.
They'd rather go to jail.
Question to ask the jail, I guess.
yeah, in fact, there's definitely some people that's going to be a positive effect, and telling those stories is going to help as you develop those going forward.
And I don't want to speculate, because what my team says is that it has been really a really good experience working with the jail staff. I think that the jail has a really excellent staff who are working with inmates, because
Do y'all do any work with our specialty courts on any referrals from anybody that are in our specialty courts that are seeking treatment or anything like that?
So that's Judge Swanton's court, and I don't know if it's directly with Waco Family Medicine, but there's people come through that court for various reasons, substance abuse as well as mental health issues where they're judicially involved. And so probably many of those end up going through that. And, what is it, 1 in 5 of our population y'all deal with?
Yes, sir.
And so I would think, yeah.
You would think so. I was just curious if there was any.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Judge Swanton is definitely, I mean, he knows what Waco Family Medicine does, and he's pretty clued in. That'd be a good question for him.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. All right, well, we appreciate you coming, always do, and we're continuing to hammer away on our budget, and so we'll be in touch with you.
Great. Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Thank you so
Commissioners.
much.
Appreciate it so much. Yeah.
Appreciate you. Okay. So we're through for the afternoon. Oh, I'm wrong. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's next?
So we're going to move to maintenance of buildings next. So we have TJ Jackson with us, and Haley's going to pass out, this will bring it up on the screen too, of course.
I think we canceled maintenance this coming year.
We can do that.
Early vacation.
Oh, permanently deferred maintenance.
Permanently deferred. I
What's
like it.
today?
That's
All
nice.
down around us, we'll just move out.
Do you want me to punch it for you?
Oh, I got it. This thing may get full. I'm gonna have to empty it. Let me get that.
Haley's too busy.
Look, I like the guy brings his own office equipment to the work.
Haley brought it for me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Won't mention how many times I asked.
Man that needs no introduction, we have Mr. TJ here today. All right.
Go for it.
Okay.
So we're gonna start, Department 0110, Maintenance of Buildings. And so, of course, that's in your spreadsheet. And we'll pull that up to share as well, but went ahead and handed that out to you, and then we've highlighted the lines that increased. So TJ, if you just wanna walk through those lines and give a little background.
Sure.
As to why the increase is needed.
Absolutely. So we'll just start with supplies, and this is just a rising yearly cost. So we're seeing the cost of paper goods, the cost of our refrigerants, the cost of our lamps. Of course, everything is going up, just like everything else in the world. So this is going to cover that overage for next year. Uniforms and insignia, we put a little bit extra in there. We're wanting to purchase some cold gear and some rain gear that we don't currently have. So in those times of freezes and we're out salting sidewalks and trying to get everything back open for business, this would be that dollar figure to take care of that. Motor vehicle operating, of course, is just fuel cost, rising as everyone gets to see. Repair and maintenance, same thing, rising costs. So, 3 years ago, where we could replace a standard boiler for $25,000, now it's over $50,000. So, I mean, it's typical of what we're seeing every year. It just keeps going up and up. Repair, maintenance, and deferred. So this is the one where we have some flexibility. So we have 4 elevators on the main campus that are kind of getting towards the end of their lifespan. So we put together a cost figure to go in and retrofit those units, and I think we included 2 units in this number. We can take that back to 1 unit and spread this project out over 4 years, which is perfectly fine. We have the capability of doing it. So if there is a recommendation for that, we can definitely pull, almost $100,000 out of that number, and we'd be perfectly fine.
Don't be surprised if you get affirmation that that's right to go.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
So what are the 4 elevators? Which ones are they?
Courthouse,
Here?
the 2 elevators here, the annex, and the records building.
Okay.
Those are our oldest units that are getting to that point to where we're going to have to do a retrofit soon.
So you
Otherwise, the
could-
parts won't be available.
You could do like one here and one over there, and then next year do.
Yes, and what we would do is cannibalize those units, hold those parts in stock in case something ever happened.
Yeah, got you.
Yeah. And then we've got the jail sewer system built into that number. It's a $120,000 figure. So this is to add an additional grinding unit just based off of the amount of debris and trash that comes through that system out there.
Now, where is
hits-
that?
Jail.
Out at the jail.
Which line are you on? I'm sorry.
It's on that 415, that deferred.
Oh, that same one?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's built into that.
So that one grinder that we put in, we've been having problems with it, right?
We have, and we put in a penal grade unit last year. It was about $120,000, and it's done a fantastic job, but we're still seeing an influx of debris and trash coming in. So the sewer out there hits the city of Waco lift station out at the street and pumps back up to LaSalle and then back around the river to the treatment plant.
Right.
So what we're seeing is our debris is killing the pump that the city owns. So this will help get those into smaller bits and pieces, so we're not
I wonder if they would pitch in on
fighting
our
with the city.
grinder.
No, but they want us to pitch in on a pump, so
Yeah.
they might work with us.
Yeah.
But this is typically stuff, I mean, obviously, this isn't things that they use on a day-to-day basis. This is typically things that have been brought in, that maybe there's not knowledge they're there. and
This
they
is
just-
commissary stuff. This is rubber gloves. This is toothbrushes. This is sheets, books, bags,
Shirts.
shirts.
They get
This
mad.
is the whole 9 yards. If it'll go in a toilet, they'll flush it.
Yeah. Just like they pick the epoxy paint off the showers. I don't.
Everything,
Who
the
can
padding
explain
off
why
the
they do that?
cells, all of it.
Yeah.
Will go in there. So it's a pretty important number. Can it wait another year? It can if we're in dire straits.
Just that grinder's how much?
120.
120.
And of course, we have 25th Street roof. It's a $65,000 roof. We knew it was going to be a year or two before we had to replace it. Could we put it off for another year? Yes. Francis may think no, because she's on the 2nd floor over there. It's going to rain on her head.
I think they just want the toilet fixed.
I've seen a lot of
I know
places-
that's right.
I've seen a lot of places where now they use that, and they kind of sticks down, it's that blue tarp looking,
Yeah, they're good. They're good for,
pretty good, aren't they?
yeah,
We're not picky.
they'll last through the
Is
summer.
it leaking?
Yeah. Are we leaking?
Is the 25th Street roof leaking?
I don't think we have any current leaks. I think everything's.
And any rain?
Not that I know of.
We hadn't got enough rain to really, you
Check
know.
it when you go back to the office.
Yeah.
Yeah, check it.
Who's hitting that?
But now, that, under the maintenance contracts that were, that's that 415,000.
No,
Right.
so that's the deferred. That's what we're calling deferred.
Yeah, but you said there were 4 elevators in that amount.
I said we have 4 overall. We were trying to capture 2 this
Okay,
year.
so only 2 of them in that amount.
Right,
Okay,
correct.
okay, that was, I was trying to do the math, it didn't.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, I mean, there's some cost savings there. If we want to pull that out and then pull out the sewer grinding station out the jail, I mean, we're saving $220,000, $230,000.
Well, we can footnote it, and we get down to the bottom, we have to come back in and
Absolutely.
knock a few out, find some more money. The grinder, I'm a little worried about not doing.
Yeah.
And I know the city's been concerned about it.
Yes. Yeah.
So it goes, waste goes back to LaSalle and then out, and then goes out to the South Third Street.
Right, and then back over to University Parks
Yeah,
and then down.
University and out there, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a pressure, it's pumped.
Yeah, it's pumped.
It's the pump that's where it's hanging up.
Right.
Where's the pump located?
It's right outside of Jack Harwell, right
Okay.
outside the front gate.
So it's the pump on our,
But it's
it's on our
catching,
property, belongs to the city.
It's actually out in the right of way,
It's in a right of way.
in the ditch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll mark those.
Yeah, that needs to be looked at.
Definitely one to consider. Maintenance contracts tangible, we started taking on, some additional equipment, MHMR, Extraco Event Center. We know we're gonna have some things we're gonna look at on the main chiller plant, once the new Justice Center is opened up. We'll be maxing out our system
Now,
back to
what-
what it used to be.
You said Extraco, not the base, right?
Not the base. Base is completely separate.
Yeah, right.
We're doing
Okay.
some contract stuff there too, but it's paid for out of a different account. So we know we're gonna have some additional items. This is gonna cover those. Not a huge cost, but definitely one we wanna try to capture. Janitorial services, as more and more square footage comes online, this is, contract services to take care of those facilities. We had in the budget a full-time custodian for this year. And it's fine, we can live without it, so we decided to pull it out. This 20,000, of course, is a whole lot less than a FTE. So this will get us where we need to be as far as backfilling those potential spaces.
Okay.
Then professional development, we can knock this number in half. I originally planned on sending 2 technicians to HVAC school next year. We can send 1 and be just fine. We thought we were gonna have some retirements within our group, and it was gonna cause a little bit of a trickle effect, but we're not sure that's gonna take place. So if we wanna knock that down by half.
So we
Definitely do
can,
that.
we can send one for training,
Yes,
and then we can send the other one up to the new county judge's office, and he
That's
can
right.
teach the other course.
that's right.
Okay,
Good point,
solve that problem.
good point.
At least we can find some value out of it.
Uh-huh, absolutely.
Back to the chillers, you were talking about chillers with the new Justice Center coming on.
Yeah.
We didn't, in the bids or in the ARPA money we spent, we didn't account for our air conditioning, or what are you
No,
saying?
No, so we didn't have to. So the Justice Center, that's the fortunate thing. The chiller system was planned and built to maintain it, and it used to operate it back whenever it was in
Back when
operation.
it was jail.
Right, so it's been out of commission for a little while. We're gonna put that load back on our system, so we're expecting, we're gonna have to go in and do some major cleaning.
Because it's been out of commission for quite a.
Right, small
Yeah.
updates.
Okay.
We just haven't had that kind of load on the system in 20 years.
Been a while. Ever how long the jail's been out?
Yeah, yeah. So we just wanna make sure we've got some
Okay,
cash.
okay, that makes sense.
And that's it for the overall general budget, as far as.
TJ, going back to professional development, where you're sending your crew off and having them educated, which is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Do you actually have any licensed plumbers or anything of that nature that work for you?
We don't have licensed plumbers or licensed electricians. We have licensed HVAC.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Everything else is just kind of trades-based. And don't get me wrong, if we get outside the realm of anything, you know, other than your standard electrical, it's subbed out. We don't try to take care of that in-house.
On your HVACs, those are just updates, people who are currently HVAC that are getting updated or brand-new training?
Brand new, so we take Tech 1s, which is your entry-level technician. We send them to school, they come back with their certificate, and they're eligible to become a Tech 2.
Okay. Is that something that we do that through TSTC?
No, it's a school called Lindsay Cooper, and it's up in Fort Worth, Dallas area. And it's a 2-week course, crash course.
Okay.
They go up there, get the basics, come back, and then they go into training with additional Tech 2s and senior technicians. You know, it's part of the career ladder program.
Interesting.
Okay, any questions for TJ? Nope. Okay, TJ, appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
Just a couple more things we need to
Okay.
cover, if that's okay.
Yeah,
So on that second page of that handout, he
Dump
had
trailer.
two, and I just wanted to touch on these. He had two capital requests, a dump trailer and then a half-ton truck. And so he's requested for us to pull those for this year, but I just wanted to point that out, that was part of the request, and in case you had any thoughts there.
I think we can get you a 3/4 ton Dodge that's got 3 transmissions.
Yeah.
on the third transmission.
Yeah,
Really cheap.
sounds
Yeah, really
interesting.
cheap.
TJ, thank you because I know the last year and this year, and probably years before, you're one of the first ones to come in and say what I can give up.
Amen.
And I appreciate you greatly for that.
We see what you're faced with, and we completely understand, and we'll get where we need to.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guy.
And then on the third page, we have what the new, more like capital type permanent
Third page.
improvement projects are.
Oh, there was one. There was, okay.
Two of these items, or sorry, four of these items were touched on by the sheriff's office this morning.
Yes.
I don't know if you were listening on that.
Yes. So do we want to go over new projects? We're going to go over the,
Let's just go over the new, and then we
Okay.
can look at those that have rolled forward.
sure. See where I sit?
Hope we didn't brag on him too early.
No, I
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm saving the big one for the end. Even though you and I have already agreed to vote for everything he wants next year.
Yeah. Oh,
You got no worries.
Next year.
that's funny.
That's a funny.
Maybe he'll back y'all's play. All right, so we'll start with the first one, gate awning. This was also a request by the sheriff's office.
Oh.
So chief came in, I don't know if you're familiar with operations out there, but we do have the intake gate where folks come in.
Yeah.
There's no cover. There's nothing to keep the guys out of the elements. You know, if it's raining, if it's sleeting, if it's snowing, if it's 150 degrees outside, there's nothing to keep those folks comfortable. So this awning would basically just fit over that section. Cars would be able to come underneath it, stop, be out of the elements while the deputy is getting them where they need to go.
And it'll be
Okay.
high enough for service truck.
Where exactly?
At the
Up there
gates.
By the gate, the
Little hut,
security.
right to the left, as
security.
you pull in, it's on the left.
Little shack on the left,
Gate.
it'd be,
But you're talking about the main entrance, just right there at the gates.
Right there at the gate, yeah, it would come off of the, whatever, the guard shack there. And
Yeah,
cover
guard
that
shack.
entire section, that way when you pull up, you're actually underneath the canopy, the deputy can come out and
yeah. When I go out there to a meeting, he comes out and, you know,
check your credentials.
yeah, all that
Dog
business.
around your car and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, anyhow,
That'd be nice, but.
It's nice.
$70,000.
70,000.
You're absolutely right, and.
Well, is there anything that's climate controlled in there?
Yes, we do have an air conditioner in there.
His
But
office-
inside.
In the shack?
The shack is air conditioned.
It is.
I've seen those pop-up tents for $149.95. Got the 4 little legs, and
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know, that's something to think about.
what's the next one? Booking area?
All right, the booking area, I think David went over this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
That
touched
may
base
get,
on this.
it's on hold, I guess, until we look at different designs and those kind of things.
Yeah, they're gonna try to get some professional.
Consultant.
And I agree with that. I mean, I think that's the perfect thing to do. CD&E wing, we've gone in and done a couple of these in the past. It's a lot of millwork. There's a lot of constraints as far as getting in there and being able to work in certain timeframes. It's definitely something they need. I mean, this is where their folks spend the majority of their time. And it's, you know, it's just old and run down. I mean, I would definitely agree with this one if David wants to continue with it.
When you say desk, are you talking about just like a regular?
It's countertop section, there's a couple of lowers, it's where they keep their computer screens, where they've got all their camera feeds and all that stuff. I mean, it's a workstation.
It's a workstation.
Yeah. And there's also bathrooms in there and.
We ever look at Army, Navy, or surplus, like up in Fort Worth, their desk and anything like that, the big heavy metal desks that you can't tear up? Can't move them either, they're
We
saying.
get ads from the facility commission and I try to take a look at them every time one comes out. There's some stuff on there from time to time. It might be worth looking at.
Yeah, as far as durability.
Right.
Now, as far as aesthetics,
Right.
no.
And the problem that we have is each one of those spaces is kind of custom made depending on how the pods lay out around them. So you've got some very funky angles, you've got some different areas where it's pretty much, it's custom built to fit that space.
They're not just
It's
go
not
buy it
just
off
a-
the showroom
right,
floor,
not a standard type deal, but.
naturally.
But this, I mean, this could be done in phases too. I mean, if you want to knock it down and do one wing next year and then phase it out over the next couple of years, that's perfectly acceptable. I don't see a problem with it.
They're only talking about one wing right here, aren't they? CD, oh, that's 3 wings?
3 wings, CD.
I thought that was the name of the wing, CDE.
Yeah, I like that idea of doing it one wing a year. Especially if there's time constraints on getting your, I mean, could you do, how long does it take to do each wing?
It just depends on which one and how in-depth we've got to go. If it's one that's got a bathroom that also needs to be remodeled, lots in there.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, 4, 5, 6 weeks and, you know, it just depends.
But that amount is for all 3 wings?
I believe that's what they had put together, so I think they got some bids on their own, just based off of what they wanted. So I assume that number could be divided by 3 and it would cover 1 wing.
Okay.
I can verify that though.
Yeah.
In-wing showers and H-wing showers, this number is actually already incorporated in the 401 list for an additional roll next year. It's a $98,000 spend. So we've been doing this in phases over the past couple of years. We'll go in, do as many showers as we can for that number, and then roll it into the next year. And that phased approach works out well. So
That's for both N and H wings?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then the precision shop doors, this Road and Bridge 2.
Didn't we just,
Commissioner
did they just
Wilson.
build a new shop out there?
We built a new office, so this would be on the existing shop. And then they have the old manual roll-up doors now. I think most everybody has switched over to automated by now. I think, Ben, do you guys have the automatic doors?
Not all the way around.
Not all the way
We do
around?
have a few.
So I could see this as a need for them.
Need a good tornado.
Right.
It worked. Some straight line wins.
Those straight line winds go a long way. Yeah. Except now our deductibles, a little outrageous.
Okay.
So that's it on new projects. And I purely based off of how the court wants to proceed, but.
And, you know, those projects that we consider more permanent type improvements, capital, whichever ones we end up you do approve, those of course will need to go in a permanent improvement fund. And so these types of more routine, you know, updating our facilities, not some larger new project, we have been using Fund 401. And so that of course is funded by a piece of the M&O rate. We didn't transfer any money into that fund last year. We don't have that budgeted again this year, but it's something that we really need to strive to do in the future, once we get our fund balance reserves back on track. So the other handout, I think you had, was that this morning, we passed out, it says Fund 401 Permanent Improvement Fund on top. And so this will give you a glimpse of, for next year, we're anticipating to have a little over 3 million in that fund. And so we would add any of these new projects that TJ just presented into that fund. But there also are some rollover projects. And so when you approve a project, you approve a large building project. I'm trying to think of some other examples. Fire alarm replacement, ADA renovations. You approve that and that budget rolls forward because it's a capital type permanent improvement project that the budget is allowed to roll forward. So in this, you'll see those next couple pages, you'll see the line items that are in that fund and what we have rolled over. You'll see that very right side column. And so that'll show you what TJ has recommended we roll forward and what amount we roll forward that project at. And so there was a few, TJ, I don't know if there's any you want to point out specifically, but.
Yeah, I think it's mainly two. So
Okay.
The top one, the Heart of Texas Fairgrounds, we've got that $250,000 figure there. Well, it's time to do some maintenance on the parking lot, especially on, is that the Lake Air side? And of course, this would cover crack sealing, some slurry coat, things of that nature, and some restriping. This is one that the Extra Co had brought to us a couple years back, and we started looking at it in depth. But we really couldn't define because we weren't sure new facilities and things of that nature that were going to go in that space. So this is something we definitely want to keep on the books and take care of.
And the work he's talking about, we have that in general fund in the repair and maintenance.
Oh, do we?
Sorry, I didn't mean
Okay,
to
okay,
make
so
that
this is-
confusing. So we looked one day at repair and maintenance for fairgrounds and it had increased, like doubled up to 600,000 for the year.
Okay.
And so that's why that increased. We can go to that in a second. And
Gotcha.
then this piece, very similar amounts though, just same
Right.
purpose. This was per the contract with the fairgrounds and this is what we allow them to purchase. Like this year it was the fans
250.
and the stall panels.
But what are you saying about the 600,000?
So there's a repair and maintenance for fairgrounds
They're
specifically
asking for
in
that
general
in
fund.
next year's budget.
So that's when TJ has to do work or there's work that needs to be done at the fairgrounds that they don't cover. We have that separated out. It just helps keep track of that cost. And so that's a different department in general fund that we can go and look at as
That's-
well.
But that's just a request from them for next year. That doesn't have
But
anything
it's
to do-
actually our.
Yeah, it's our
It's our parking lot, it's our.
Yeah, that's but the 250,000 is right here for
That's
the
their-
parking lot?
That's their request.
That's for capital.
That's their request.
Yes, sir.
Right, I misspoke, I'm sorry. I thought we
That's
had
my
captured
fault.
it in 401, but this is
So-
actually their request. Ours is in.
It's our parking lot, it's also 600,000, we don't have to tackle all at once.
No, yeah, absolutely not, yeah. But there's more to it than, in that 600,000 than just the parking lot. I think the parking lot was 250, 280,000, somewhere
So
around.
here's the line, it's just like one department, one line, but we do keep it separate. And so currently we had $250,000 budgeted in this year. That's increased just year over year. Like he was saying, the repair costs have gotten so costly. This year, you can see that we've already done budget amendments to bring it up to nearly 300,000. And so then adding on nearly 300,000 for additional parking lot maintenance that is recommended is what has created that $600,000 repair and maintenance line.
But you're absolutely right. That's something we wouldn't have to do all in one year. I mean, we could split it up in two different phases and tackle half the lot this year and half the lot next year.
So you're talking about the lot, the first one you turn in off Lake Air, the big lot?
The big lot.
Yeah.
The VIP lot.
The
Part- Part of it's VIP and then it's general and then livestock or some of those trucks come in that other deal.
Right.
Turn past the.
You could take the
Waco
first,
Civic Center.
you could take the first section there and do it. And then the next section of next year,
Right.
something like
We
that.
definitely could, yeah. That wouldn't be a problem at all.
So something we might look at cutting that to 450 in total.
Haven't our road and bridge in the past done some maintenance on the parking lots out there? Didn't you, Ben? Didn't
There
y'all?
have been some potholes at one time, we've gone out there and filled them, but the problem that you get into those parking lots, you get all the big trailers and everything, and they're sitting there turning like that.
Right.
It's like a big tractor sitting on our county road turning. They eat them up pretty good.
Yeah, I think Ben had gone out and done some maintenance, Road Bridge 1. I think Road Bridge 2, according to them.
We've
in the
all taken
past,
turns going out there and doing something. at
Has
some
done some
point.
crack seal for them in the
Yeah.
past, but yeah.
Well, this was a good thing. We needed to bring this up anyways.
Yeah,
It's
no, I-
perfect. And so we'll look at maybe bringing that down by 150. We can revisit this as well and talk about halving that parking lot maintenance year after year. Okay. And so then, sorry, back to then 401. I'll let you continue.
Okay, so just two. So we'll trickle down to the records building. We've got the ADA renovation holding tight on there. My recommendation for this year would be let's strike it. We're not gonna get there. And we definitely, I don't think we wanna try to broach that at all until we get the Justice Center done and the construction trailer out of the way so we can utilize that for parking. Because part of this project is gonna be to address that 4th Street side parking lot. That's phase 1. 5th Street side parking lot is phase 2. So we're gonna need a place to park cars. So I would definitely table this for at least another year.
The 734,000?
Yes, sir.
And Dustin, you're the one that deals with the Department of Justice on all these things, but that's your idea as well, right?
Judge, I think that's fine. I think for the reasons TJ gave with parking and those the interruptions, we've completed enough of those tasks that I think we can explain that if needed. And with it being so heavily focused on those parking lots and those entrances and knowing that we do have an accessible entrance now, I think that is an okay plan.
So do we need to go ahead and send them a letter to extend our deadline or anything like that?
I think we're okay, Judge. I think our last communication with them has been a couple years ago, and it was just that they were happy with our progress and we were just continuing on. So
If they're happy, I'm happy, so. Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
And then the only other one on the list that I might recommend, we've been doing this in phases over the past 2 years. We're about to get started on the second phase, is the door modifications out at Highway 6. So this is taking us off the old pneumatic system and putting us on the electric system. Of course, the thought process is, at any time we could have an air failure, lose our pneumatic doors, and then we'd be operating manual. So we started this. This 420 was to go ahead and take care of the remaining 12 doors. We can cut this and go back and do our standard that we've been doing every year. It's actually around 320,000.
Okay.
So, it would save us 100,000. And we just continue on the next year. And the one you see down below that, the fire alarm replacement, so that number, that 167, is actually gonna come to court in a change order for a budget amendment, I think, next court session. It won't be all of that number that'll trickle into next year, so what we're having to do is go through the entire facility and reroute and replace the main wiring trunk. The trunk that's there now is undersized and it won't transmit the signal like it should. But it's a 4-month project to get it all done. So this is, we'll be down to $30,000-$40,000 that we'll have to roll next year.
Okay.
We'll touch base. We usually keep eyes on these before the end of August, and then if there's any change in status, we'll make sure those are updated and bring those to you. So then again, this, in Fund 401, these projects that we briefly went over here in the last few minutes, things that you've already approved, just rolling forward, those projects are continuing. We will come back to his new project list. Once we get some consensus there, we'll layer those into this fund as well.
Right.
And so then on the back of this packet is a summary of all of our permanent improvement funds and kind of where we are and what those look like. But I think I'd like to have Amy present her road and bridge projects here this afternoon, and then we'll come back to this summary and kind of look at that married together, just to get a bird's eye view. But you can, of course, look at this now if you want, but it just lists, including 401, all of our permanent improvement funds, 419 to 425 are all bond proceeds, and it shows you what's budgeted there currently, and at the bottom what the new projects layered on would make the balance look like, so.
Before TJ gets away, and this is something down the line, would it be possible to come back to us with all of our moving going around, 25th Street and IT moving down and so forth, and kind of give us an update on who's going where?
Sure.
And what's happening?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
And it can be in the futures, because I know we got to get past this first.
Yeah, sure. Thanks to Chrissy's help, we've actually put together a fantastic map that shows where everybody's at and where everybody's supposed to be. So that's
That'd be neat. It'd be good to know.
We can put that on agenda on a regular Commissioners Court meeting.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you.
Is that it?
So if y'all are ready to keep going,
Yeah.
completely changing gears again. And so we have Hub with us online, and they're ready to go and give their update, their presentation.
Who is it?
Hub International.
Oh, okay, good.
Hi, excuse me, good afternoon.
Howdy. How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Oh, doing great, thank you.
Good. Sorry that we're not there in person after Friday's unfortunate incident.
Yeah, well,
But we're-
it's raining here, but,
Oh,
so,
Thank you.
you would've got wet coming in anyway.
okay.
Thank you.
Just let me know when you're ready for me to start.
I think we're ready.
Okay. Just for the record, Liz Bebo with Hub International. I am the account executive that works on the employee benefits strategy with Anna and Stacy and the rest of your team. I believe I have colleagues on the phone as well. So they'll jump in if needed, but I'll go ahead and share my screen and talk through. First, what we're going to do is give a health plan update. Second, we'll review the budget impact of that health plan update. And then Anna and Stacy had asked for us to just talk preliminary about the impacts to potential increases to the budget or employees for the 2027 health plan year. So, in front of you, you have the health plan update, I believe, which you are used to seeing. In this performance, we are using claims incurred through May of 2026. And as a reminder, the county did move from UHC to Cigna for January 1, 2026 benefit year. We do see on the top here, we're talking per employee per month costs. Currently, the 2026 year to date per employee per month is $893 compared to the same period last year of $815. So we'll talk a little bit about the pressures to the numbers that we're seeing on the health plan budget. For the fiscal year, right now we're projecting, which ends September 30th, we're projecting about $924 per employee per month versus the $880 where we ended plan year 2025. On the bottom left-hand part of the screen, we're talking about high cost claimants over $100,000. And really some of the pressure that we're seeing in the current plan year are those claimants over 100,000. This year, at this point in time, through May, we have 8 claimants. We have 3 claimants that have hit the pooling level, so where your stop loss kicks in. We have 3 claimants to date that have already hit that stop loss trigger, and those are all cancer patients with high cost immunotherapy treatments. We do see also that you have 8 claimants to date that are at $100,000 or more. When looking back at 2025 and 2024, at this point last year, or in those years, you would have had 5 claimants over 100,000. So we can see that the severity of your higher cost claimants is really putting pressure on the budget number. And just as a point of note, you can the stop loss level, or where the insurance kicks in, is after the first $175,000 of claims expenses are paid on the participant. While we do see the pharmacy spend at about 30% of your total costs, that is a little bit lower than what we're seeing in the marketplace. It tends to be up around 40%. However, the types of drugs that are driving those are not very different than what we see on other plans, specifically around the medications to treat diabetes, which are non-specialty medications. And as I mentioned, some of your higher cost specialty drugs around the treatments of cancer. The other piece, and you'll see this in a following slide, that we feel like is contributing to the higher costs is the fact that you have about 30% more participants using the health plan at this point in time than you did last year. We think that's actually a positive, because what that is telling us is that more people are using their benefits, which is good for the health of your employees, but also maybe an indicator that they're finding the change to Cigna to be able easier to access benefits. We do have, with the Cigna contract, you do have a virtual on-site person that helps with benefits and getting people engaged into the health system. So while it does put pressure, because we're seeing more people use the health plan, it actually could translate into very positive, catching disease, aligning to primary care, all of the things that we know are the true ways to deflect spend. Here on the second page, this is just your month-by-month costs for your medical plan. The top part is your average enrollment, and we can see here that from an enrollment perspective, it's essentially the same. You'll have plus and minuses depending on what period we are in the year, but for the most part, pretty flat relative to participation. We've separated out the Cigna claims and the UHC claims. We consider these UHC claims to be run out, meaning that these were claims that were incurred prior to the change to Cigna, but paid under UHC. And so we can see over the months that amounts are going down. We also have included the stop loss reimbursements, and we can see in May, as I noted on the opening comment, we are receiving stop loss reimbursements for 3 claimants. Those cancer claimants, we do expect that those treatments will be ongoing, but the plan will be protected from those costs going in the future. So in the 3 columns here, we look at the fiscal year. So we currently have 8 months under the fiscal year, excuse me. And on a per member per month basis, so switching away from the employee, but how much we're actually spending on the belly buttons that are covered under the plan. $563 to date. Slightly better than the current calendar year performing slightly better. But we do see in the rolling 12 months, which is really the barometer that we use to understand the coming year projections, we do see those are flattening out as well on a PMPM basis. Your administrative costs, here we capture the fees that you pay for the administration of your plan. Cigna did give you $135,000 admin fee credit, so we've captured that in the 2026. We capture your HSA contributions, your stop loss expense, which is the premium you pay for that individual stop loss coverage, and then your pharmacy rebate amounts. Now, the Cigna contract is you get 2 lump sum payments, one that's processed in January, collected in February, and then you'll have another one processed in July, collected in August. And those are guaranteed dollars. They are not minimum rebate values, which is how your prior contract operated. So that allows you to get front-loaded cash on deposits rather than waiting for those quarterly reconciliations. All of this to say, when I look at total costs, we can see that the fiscal year, the calendar year again, and then the rolling 12 months. And this is really where we see the pressure coming through, mostly attributed to stop loss premium increases. On the contribution to expense ratio, what this depicts is the contributions that county makes through the budget for the enrollment, also the premiums collected by the employees that are enrolled in the plan versus the expense. And when we see a number over to 100%, that means we're not collecting contributions at the same amount that we're spending. However, we do know that in last year's strategy, moving to the new carrier, we expected, because we weren't making any increases on the budget or to the employees, that we would see some of the health plan fund used to offset the fact that we weren't making any increases. And I'll assume you'll stop me if you have questions.
Any questions up to this point? No, sir. All right, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. On the dental plan, again, this also changed to Cigna. We have no concerns about the dental plan. It is running fine. Your contributions that you're collecting will mitigate. We do see, kind of based on the point in time, you're going to see ebbs and flows in the claims because people will use the services when they're on break, when they're and such. So we do see more volatility, but we do not expect that your dental plan has any financial concerns, nor does the medical, but just relative to those ratios. This Dashboard report, here we have gross charges. So these would not include any stop loss reimbursements, but we look at this chart really just to look at subscribers versus those would be employees versus spouses and children, how the plan costs, the active retirees, just really as data points for you for your information. Here we can see on the bottom right, the high cost claimants. This has a threshold of $175,000, which is your individual stop loss point. We can see through May claims, you have 8 large claimants. So although we're not halfway through the year, you have half as many larger claimants today than you have in past years. again, I think, with the new cancers coming on to the plan, this is just, this year is just a year where you're going to have more large claimants than might have been expected. On the cost trends, I did want to put a note here because, when we are looking at cost trends, we're talking about the impacts of inflation, of the impacts of negotiations with providers, and then also utilization mix. And as I mentioned before, we do see about 34% more participants using the plan than had been in the prior year. And then we see those larger claimants with severity and volume at 100,000. So that's really what's driving the increase, the 12-month rolling increase. It's not that you've eroded discounts or something of that nature. It really is driven right back to utilization. On the pharmacy, this is just your quarterly comparison, looking at your pharmacy spend. We know that for 2026 here in the second quarter, we only have data through May, so it's not a full quarter. So comparatively, but we are not seeing any concerns about the pharmacy plan outside of just strategies that we're employing to ensure that people on those high cost medications have the therapeutic support that they need, understand where to go if they have questions on dosage or side effects, things of that nature, ensuring that manufacturer coupons are being utilized when available. All of the things that we know will help mitigate the costs of these high specialty drugs that are available for treatment. The top drugs, not unlike any other plans in your area, the Mounjaro and the Ozempic, always on the top of the list. This first drug is a new drug that you have one. Last year you had one person using. This year you have two. It's an anti-inflammatory drug. The Skyrizi, nothing here is what I would say unique to your plan outside of what we would see in a comparative plan. In the last, I know that the team likes to see this. This is just, we see the volatility of the plan over the years from a gross perspective, and then kind of that rolling average. Again, the pressure here in 2026 is the fact that we have those 3 cancer claimants that came onto the plan early this year. Questions on that? Okay, I am going to stop sharing this, and then I will pull up the budget and we can talk through the budget.
Okay.
Okay, so. Okay, so again, here we're looking at the health plan projections using the claims experience through May, and we're projecting out 2026 and 2027. A couple of notes for the team are, the first is we have not received the renewal documents from Cigna for the 2027 plan year. It is slightly early for that, especially since the Cigna plan is what we would call immature with only 5 months of claims. We expect that we'll receive that renewal information with July claims in August. Now, the administrative fees, all of the funds, the communication funds, the wellness funds, all of those are under guarantee. What we do look at on an annual basis is the expected claims number. So we'll bounce our numbers from our projection tools up against the carrier to make sure that we're providing good, solid budget numbers with all of the information available. The second piece is the individual stop loss coverage premium. We do not, we will not, we have not seen the nurse review. That will come with the renewal. So we are gauging an increase at 20%, 22% for the premium, which is what I have in these numbers today. But again, we won't have line of sight to that number probably until August. From a claims perspective, we do put a margin into the claims. We never recommend that our clients budget to 100% of expected. We like to have that corridor in there to negate some of the fluctuation in claims based on, for example, more larger claimants coming on board than would have been expected based on prior utilization. So that's our, right now, these are our current projections. The administrative fees, as I said, are guaranteed. So we have those numbers in there. The difference between the 26 plan year and the 27 plan year for administrative fees was that fee holiday. But as I said, we've not gone through negotiations yet. So more to come on that number. Likewise, on the pharmacy number, the difference here is going to be that in 2026, because you changed over, you had that run out claims, or excuse me, run out rebate payment from UHC, from United Healthcare. So you do see a slightly higher number in 2026 because of that run out payment. We expected that and accounted for that, but that's going to be the biggest difference between the 26 number and the 27 number. We can't see it here, it's mass, but this 27 number from Cigna does have the negotiated escalations in it. So that is an increased payment from the prior year. Health savings contributions, we have not assumed any change in how much the county contributes to the HSA. So all of that, when I roll this in together, looking at gross costs of 11.7 million versus the 13.5. Again, we slight increase in the stop loss premium, the admin fees, and then of course we do have some claim trend in the numbers as well. We have not assumed any changes to budget. So the first time that we start looking at the 2027 budget, we typically start from a no increase perspective, just so that we can get a gauge for what might be needed in terms of increases. So that's why you see these numbers unchanged. So from the medical plan perspective, we expect about a 1.9 million shortfall on the medical plan in 26. Again, part of that is driven, part of that we knew because we didn't do any increases to employee contributions or budget. And then We checked with your auditor team and the ending reserve balance of 4.9. So we expect at the end of 2026, you'll have about $3 million in your health plan fund. If I jump that over to 2027, we can see because there are no increases in the contribution, so we're not keeping pace with inflation and trends, we will see a shortfall in this year. And so from a health plan perspective, it's about $700,000 right now from medical plan that we're suspecting will be the shortfall if no contribution increases are chosen. On the dental plan, as I said, we're not expecting any need for change here. We checked the number with your audit department. At the end of this year, we expect you'll have in your reserve $251,000. We are, because this is all employee paid funds, we are recommending no change to the dental so that we can draw that down slightly. And especially if we're contemplating increases on the medical side, keeping the dental with no change to contributions. So at the end of 2027, without making changes to contributions, the total health plan reserve fund would expect to be about $540,000. Our recommendation, as you will see in a moment, is to increase both the budget and the employee contributions to at about 10% so that we can absorb this potential deficit and leave some money in reserve to build the fund back. Questions?
Any questions? I don't see any. May proceed.
Okay. Okay, so I will just, I'm going to pull up our little working spreadsheet that we have here on the recommended increases. And again, because we don't have the renewal and the final numbers, this is, and I know the timing is awkward because you have to build your budget now. But because of the nature of stop loss and some of these other inputs into the budget, we have to make some assumptions. But based on what we know and think today, when we're looking at employee increases for contemplating for the budget, what we've said, so on the PPO plan, we're suggesting a 10% increase on the plan across all tiers, and a 10% increase to the county budget for the active employees. On the high deductible health plan, consumer directed plan, we are suggesting to continue to keep that as the no premium cost to your employees, and but 10% across the board here, and then 10% increase on the contributions from the budget. On the pre-65 retirees, typically the contribution from county follows what you contribute to the PPO plan. So that's that 10% increase. And then again, for the pre-65 retirees, no increase on the high deductible health plan, but increases for other tiers. And so if we make these increases in total, that would give you about $150,000 in employee contribution funds and about 767,000 in budget, county budget. So about just slightly over 900,000. And if you remember, we talked about a $533,000 shortfall just now in the budget. That would prevent the fund from going into a deficit and have a small balance to carry forward to the next year.
Any questions?
Not yet. It's a lot to digest.
It is. And so again, I think that, and again, recognizing that the timing is difficult, I think the decision right now would be how much you're going to increase the county piece, if at all. And then once we get the final stop loss numbers and have a couple more months of claims, we can really refine the employee contributions. But I don't want to throw your budget process into chaos. So I serve at your direction, how you want to move forward.
Well, those assumptions are important, but we trust that you are using all the criteria to have where we don't have to pony up more money than we thought after the end of the process.
Exactly. We have a actuarial team that we work with that all of that. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, questions?
So, I mean, as far as plugging something in for a working number, they're suggesting a 10%. Is that what I'm understanding?
So Francis.
Or what did I understand, Francis?
Yes, I need to study the numbers a little bit more as well, but I think, Liz, you were saying 10% pretty much on what we budget currently. Does that seem? Okay?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, like currently, if you look at budgeted numbers for 2026, we have nearly 8.4 million budgeted that we transfer over to our plan to cover county portion of premiums.
That's where the on the 10%, that's where we came up with a 700
and that's what.
whatever that was.
8.4 times 1.10 would be what we plug in?
I can't do it.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, so if I were to, let's assume that we were to take this 10% increase.
This is where she flex, like, we can figure that out later. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was sorry. So if I take this 153, the 766, which represents the 10% increase, and then I go back to the projection here. Why is it? Oh, there we go. If I go back to the projection here, that 800,000 increased in premium would make that 540 more like a positive 350,000. So what we're essentially saying is we would take that 7.6, increase it 10%, take that 1.5, increase that 10%, and then it'll drop down to the bottom line, giving you about a $350,000 to $400,000 positive balance, as opposed to the negative that we're showing here on the page.
All of that.
Yes, and so I think getting back to what you're saying, so based on the scenario she presented, it's about 767,000 on the county side if you let the 153 be absorbed by
8.4 times
employee premiums.
Yeah. Okay. So that gives us at least something to start working with.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, other questions?
Not right now.
Thank you, Liz.
Oh, thank you. And if anything comes up, and Anna and Stacy, we can work with them to answer any questions you might have. And then once we get the final renewal documents from Cigna, we'll come back and present the final numbers to you.
Okay. And if you find any money, just let us know, okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm always looking for money. Don't you worry about that. You
Appreciate
can't kid a kidder. I know where the bodies are buried.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
All right, you're welcome. Sorry again that we couldn't be in person, but we appreciate seeing you and we'll be back soon.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, bye-bye. You do the same.
All right.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
So there's about 400.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. So, 5-minute recess.
Recording in progress.
Call court back in session. Okay, to continue discussion on health insurance. Any questions or comments on the presentation, or Francis, you have any further observations?
Not at first glance. I mean, I think, the numbers, when you look at them in perspective, they make sense. And I was telling Haley not to be a downer, but I know saying coming, with a fund balance estimated of around 300,000, even with that increase, I think that just shows that probably in 2028, we may be looking at an increase again, just if something changes estimate-wise. But we'll plug that in and look at that scenario-wise.
We've gone a long, long time without increasing to
100%.
the employees, and so that,
Might happen.
at some point.
But you plugged in the 10% as far as budget estimates and everything, that's what's gonna be plugged into the.
Yeah, we'll do that, and that way you can kind of see that.
we'll work back
And
from that.
we'll get back to
Okay.
that. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that as a baseline. We're also sharing with Liz an update to projected headcount as well
On a
as a
what?
part of that. And so if there a projected
Oh,
headcount
head count, okay.
for next year, and so if that has any impact to that 10% as well, we'll bring that forward and to the court if that needs to be reevaluated. But 10% is a good baseline
Okay.
or minimum increase that she referenced. I just wanted to mention that.
I think a solid plan going forward is counting on the federal government to help us.
Yeah, that's always worked out well.
They can send us some of that Army surplus furniture you're talking about.
Okay. No one has it in. What's so funny about that?
Yeah, but I do, and I appreciate you bringing that, Francis, saying what you're talking about, because what I want to be conscious of too is that we don't leave the court in a bad position going into next year by trying to squeeze everything down.
Oh, yeah.
So we gotta make
Like
sure
Donna
that
said,
we
using
don't.
that as the baseline
Yeah.
for sure is.
A baseline, yeah.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
So now, just moving from one thing to the next, we have Amy Highland with us, and county engineer, and so they have a presentation, present, and then we'll go through the items that she has connection to in the budget as well.
Presentation.
Hate to be the last person before happy hour. Just saying. So just a reminder, Jake Holden, your assistant county engineer.
Afternoon.
Howdy.
He gets credit for putting together the PowerPoint for me.
Okay.
I can get it set up.
Do you want to just talk about the regular budget numbers first, Francis?
If we can, whichever order y'all would like to go in.
Let's put
Okay.
these to bed because this will be quick and easy.
So their department is Department 0130 in general fund. And we passed out a 3-page packet. And this will, again, just like we did for maintenance earlier, we've highlighted the increases, and then she can give us a little more information on those. Just give us a sec to get connected. Oh, yeah, sorry. There we go.
It's a pretty simple budget for us. We're down almost 10% from our request from last year, or our approved budget from last year. Two items went up, and those were fuel, oil, gas for the vehicles, because we're operating 3 vehicles now. When I first came, it was only 1.5, and because it was Allison and me and Zane sharing 2 vehicles, and now we're up to the 3 vehicles, so the fuel costs are up there. And the other one that's up is professional development, because we now have 3 people who are needing to do professional development. So we have a full breakout of that in the packet that we gave to Francis, so that we could support our request for the increase in the training budget.
And I think we mentioned this the other day, but another note here on this department is you'll see in other services and charges that amount $171,000, and that was because we had the $100,000 match for the NPO grant, for the road sign grant. So that was there. That won't come to fruition this year, and so we're looking for that for next year. And we've placed that in a more appropriate line, and we have a line for the NPO in another department, and so that's why that line looks a little bit strange there, projected in for next year compared to current budget. So.
Oh, okay.
Any questions about those 2 lines?
Any questions?
Fuel and professional development.
Okay.
So under capital requests, we did request a replacement copier. Our copier is a 2018, so if we're going with 2017 as the cutoff year, we'll certainly push that off or wait until we need to come back and ask you for the copier. So that was a $9,000 ask. The other request that we have for capital is a replacement truck for Jake. He has a 2013 GMC. It's not 4-wheel drive, so it's not really well suited to what we do now. The only vehicle we have that's 4-wheel drive is my Tahoe, so we do a lot of off-roading with it, and it's definitely a need now that we're driving on dams and checking out a lot of other drainage areas and problems and issues out in the field. So that's the other capital request that we're bringing before you.
Okay. Questions on that?
So we're not doing the copier, is that correct?
She said it's an option, so we might footnote it. We're getting down to nickels and dimes. We go back and look at all those.
Well, nickels and dimes add up.
Yep, it's a nickel and dime business, for sure.
That's right. There's another page.
And the truck is 4-wheel drive?
Yes. Yeah, and it's priced as 4-wheel drive. It's a pickup truck. It's more of a utilitarian vehicle.
All right. Any more questions? Okay.
All right. Well, then, the next thing we wanted to roll into was our presentation on our proposal to start doing some long-range capital planning and capital programs for you all to think about.
Part of this page right here, new project request.
Yeah, that is part of it. I
Okay.
mean, some of them, that was put together back before 2 of these projects already let
Okay.
since then, so this list is sort of outdated.
Okay, though.
So we did give you a copy, paper
Yes.
copy for you to follow along. So we want to talk about our general goals in engineering, the possibility of developing a capital improvement program and how that would be funded for bridges, dams, streets, and other capital needs. The general goals are to maintain the assets that we have, to try and prevent premature need for rehabilitation or replacement, to maintain them in a timely manner. Provide safe and reliable transportation options for people in the county. decide and organize our critical needs to make sure that we're using the money that we have in the smartest way possible to have the lowest life cycle cost for our assets. And in order to do that, we'd like to develop a 10-year program so that we can be more proactive, so that you all can plan for what projects we're doing, and we can add things or take things off as our needs change or evolve, or we get more information. Obviously, the 10th year of the program is not going to be nearly as detailed as the next 2 or 3 years of the program. So the ask for CIP funding would be a bridge program for about $3 to $4 million annually, a dam program for about $6 million annually, a street program that is really something we need to do some further discussion about, because it has to do more with the roads that were being built to higher standards in the county. So the subdivision roads in the ETJ that are being built to the city standards as opposed to ours, or the major arterials that we now have, like Spiegelville, Chapel, Surrey Ridge, and others that we're going to be adding in the future that will have different maintenance and rehabilitation needs, some of which our precinct yards will not be able to do. For the bridge program, we have 170, give or take, bridges and large culverts in the county. And we really need to think about a dedicated program for funding maintenance and repair, as opposed to waiting until the culvert washes out and then we have an emergency that we have to go back and deal with. And we'll always have those coming up, but our hope is that we can be more proactive and spend more time evaluating the condition of the culverts that we have, so that we can head some of this stuff off before it happens. And with the bridges, we want to spend more time evaluating our bridge inspection reports and putting together thoughtful programs based on those inspection reports, and ensuring that we do the repairs that we're required to do that are identified in those reports. So the ask is for $1.5 to $2 million a year for doing maintenance and repairs, and maybe another $1.5 to $2 million a year to do the replacements. So these are some pictures of the things that we are looking at out in the field underneath those bridges that we need to address in a more timely manner. So I think the pictures speak for themselves. We have voids underneath some of the abutments. We have cracking. We have scour where the water has washed out underneath the bridge foundation. We have drill shafts that are cracked. We have a lot of erosion. A few more pictures. You know, replacement of riprap. We have scour. We have debris. Spall repair. That top left picture with the shear connections, that's one of the bridges that we're on our critical list that we got from TxDOT from the latest inspection reports that we're putting to, and is that second one also?
Is that a wood head wall?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't think we had wood.
Yeah, the second one, you can see the column supported on the foundation, and there's a crack in the foundation there that needs to be repaired before it gets moved.
And this is just one of the bridges that's in our 7-bridge repair project that we're going to be bringing to you in the next week or two to approval for bid. So you can see on this particular bridge on Prairie Chapel, the repair is expected to cost about $100,000.
How much?
$100,000. And there's just an example where we replaced Patton Branch was a culvert that failed, and we replaced it with a bridge. That's one of our flagship projects, I guess I would say. This one was Panther Branch. That was when I first came to work here. Was a low water crossing, got replaced with a structure. I think that was ARPA funding because it's a really nice bridge. 7 Mile in Thompson, 7 miles an old timber bridge that we're replacing, which is functionally obsolete. And Thompson is a double T bridges similar to that one, that first one that it showed you with the shear cracking or the shear ties missing. That's been closed since before I got here because of the issues with the beams.
And that's the old bridge that
DL one,
that Bart didn't want?
Yes,
Okay, that's 7 Mile?
yes,
Okay.
yep. Yeah, so the contractor's gonna cut that up and scrap it.
That was a wood base on it?
Yes. Yeah, so old timber bridge. We have a few timber structures still in the county. Many of them are less than 20 feet long, so they don't qualify as a bridge under TxDOT's definition, so they don't get those regular inspections that our other bridges get. And so for dams, you know, we have 51 dams in the county. They need to be mowed, and erosion repair and fencing. They need just general maintenance every year. There are 3 different watersheds. 2 of them have funding structures, and then the one, Cow Bayou, doesn't have any taxing funding structure to get the work done on Cow Bayou. So we need to start thinking about trying to leverage grant funds. We actually are going to get some funds in the near future for doing a repair on Cow Bayou 8. We were just at the Soil and Water Conservation meeting this afternoon where they approved our request to pump that dam down, and we're going to be putting it in for an emergency repair.
Which one's 8?
Cow Bayou 8,
Where's 8?
it's in Lorena.
Is that Lorena? Okay, I know where it is. Okay, I know where it is. It's off of Old Lorena Road back up.
Yeah. It's right next to the Keith Hardware corporate headquarters. You get back in through there. So we'd really like you to consider some dedicated funding to start putting towards dams every year. When people move in downstream of dams, depending on where the flood zone is, if the dam should fail, that raises the dam from being a low hazard to a high hazard dam. And in this past year that we've been working on updating our emergency action programs, we've had 2 dams that have been moved into the high hazard category because if the dam fails, there's a possibility of loss of life.
Well, explain to me, Amy, people being able to move into a
Yeah, how's that?
flood area, possible flood area. How do they do that?
If you have more than 10 acres of land, you don't plat. If you're building the house yourself and your own contractor, we don't know you've done it until we see it.
And there's no violation there by that person.
No, and we don't have any zoning control. So we can't, the counties have no control over how people use their property for the most part.
The only restriction is getting a loan to
Right.
a bank.
They'd have to get flood insurance, wouldn't they?
Well, they probably could, they might not even get a
They might not
loan.
get it, period, if they build it themselves.
Yeah.
But if they were to finance it, they'd have to.
Right. Yes,
Yeah.
if the bank knows
Here's-
that, if when they do this, if they search back through the title company searches
do
far
their
enough
due
back and
diligence, do
sees
their
that
due-
it's in an easement for a dam, then yes. But sometimes title companies don't search far enough back because these dams were built in the 60s and 70s. And a lot of times your title company doesn't search that far back.
That'd be on that title company, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah. That's
It's a lot of liability on their part, too.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
It is.
Okay.
So here's some pictures of just some dam work. They really need to be mowed on a regular basis and sprayed for weeds so that you can inspect the dam and make sure that there aren't beavers that have moved in and there aren't burrows. A lot of times people aren't aware that they can spot graze their cattle on there, but they shouldn't leave their cattle out there all the time. So they make cattle paths and that causes problems with sloughing with the slope.
It's called trails.
Yes, thank you. I'm not a country girl, I'm sorry. Tree removal, there's a picture of a tree removal. We do have problems with the intakes, and each dam has an intake structure that controls the height of the water behind the dam, and that goes down to a pipe that goes underneath the dam and lets out downstream, and that's called the tailpipe. So we end up with some scour or erosion around the tailpipes or around some of the intake structures, or the intake structure gets clogged and it needs to be cleaned. There's just a lot of routine bread and butter maintenance work to owning and maintaining dams.
Who's got the contract for the Tawakoni, all the ones in the Tawakoni watershed, the dam, spraying and maintenance?
No, that wasn't Tawakona. I'll have to check, Judge, and see who does that. At the Soil and Water Conservation Board, they just awarded a contract to someone to do the spraying on 13 of the Cow Bayou dams.
Yeah. Well, they're way late for spraying. It should have been done back earlier.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of brush growing up on those, which turn into trees, and tree roots are
Yeah.
a big issue.
You mentioned there are two of the three have funding sources?
Yes.
They're
taxed.
They have a taxing entity.
They are a taxing
And
entity.
they take care of themselves and basically.
Well, they fund, it's not enough money for everything, but it's some funding, and then there's also some state funding available as well. So the one that we're looking at pumping down right now, the state is gonna pay 90% of that.
Are those in those two, or in Cow Bayou?
That's in Cow Bayou.
Okay. But even though they don't tax enough, they should be taxing enough to take care of those theoretically?
Theoretically, they could, unless you're talking about rehabilitating a dam. They're gonna do, Tawakona 21 is being designed by AECom, very slow process. I think that's in the $20 million range. And that's a federally funded project.
Which one is that?
Oh, okay. Jake says it's in our, hold that thought, it's in here.
Okay, all righty.
This is Cow Bayou 8 is that spillway that you see on the left side. The property owner installed that spillway way above where the spillway is, the intake is supposed to be. The intake appears to be clogged, but it's under 6 or 8 feet of water. So we're getting emergency funding from the state to pump that down so that we can see what needs to be done there.
What we think has happened to it, right?
Right.
Why it's been
Right.
blocked with clog. Okay.
Right.
And that person's aware we're pumping it down?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
good.
So just cleaning, repair, some more pictures of things. We have some seepage through some
Been
dams.
spraying some of those drones.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, there was we went to a meeting, a dam meeting a few months ago, and they had a drone sprayer there.
Yeah.
Those things are big.
Yeah, they sprayed the lake next to where I live. There's a drone set up on the deck on the back of a pickup. And they programmed it all out, perimeters and all, and then they flew it in a guy's 13-year-old son was running the program.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
We need a drone submarine that could go down and take pictures of that blocked pipe.
Yeah,
So
that would be an option.
They make drone, I mean, I think they have them.
We just used one and bombed Iraq, or ran with it. Y'all see them? It was a drone, a water drone.
Yeah, water drone.
Yep.
Not that I'm suggesting blowing up dams or anything. I'm just,
Saying they got that, yeah.
yeah,
Okay, I got you.
there's a capability there.
Gotcha.
Keep it in mind.
Tannerite, zoning.
I used to be on the Tawakoni Watershed Board and hired a scuba diver to go down and find out what was blocking it, and he started pulling on stuff, and it all broke loose, and he went through the pipe and shot out the other side.
What?
Yes.
He was skin up.
I guess so.
Wow.
Wow.
He looked like he ran through a keyhole.
How big are those pipes?
It depends. The one at Cowboy 8 is undersized. It's only 12 inches,
Yeah,
but some
no,
of them are
these-
18, 24,
Yeah, these
36.
are 28 or something, 24, 28, maybe, I think there's two. But, yeah, right there by my house.
Dangerous.
So
That's what
I
he said.
Yeah.
talked a little bit about this before, about how dams are classified between low and high. And it's not at all related to the condition of the dam. It's related to how much development there is downstream and what the possibility of loss of life is downstream. So we have 20 high hazard dams in the county. The ultimate solution for those is to either raise the height of the dam to raise the capacity, or to increase the spillway capacity. And there was a study before I came here, 2018, Friesen Nichols went through and did it. It's a pretty comprehensive study, but the average cost was $3.7 million per dam in 2018. So you're looking at $67 million, to raise those dams.
So at Trading House Lake,
Mhm.
it ended up being a higher hazard grade. And so TCEQ, the solution was to lower the water level. And so I think it was at 46.5, 446 or 448, and now they keep it at 445. In fact, the other day, just a few days ago, it was 445.8. And of course, the recreation people get mad about it because boat ramp access and those kind of things where our park is. But we don't have control over that, neither does the owner of the lake, what's her name? I'll tell you in a minute, Vistra. So I talked to Vistra and they said, well, CQ is saying this is what we need to leave it at, and that's what, and they're not a recreation lake, they're power generation and flood control.
Yeah.
So those are the priorities. And all these lakes are flood control.
Right.
So the danger is water going over the dam and going downstream to those homes.
Washing out downstream.
But there's not a lot said about the fact that most of those conservation lakes have silted in terribly, that some of them you can almost walk across, I think, so that when you get a lot of rain, they back up the other direction.
Right.
And that's a danger too, isn't it, people, that direction?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, and the emergency action plans model that. They model how much it backs up upstream and what houses would flood, and also if there's a breach, how much would flood downstream.
Okay. I guess my question is it cheaper to build the dam up higher or to go in and desilt the lake?
I think that's something you have to look at, but they also, when they initially designed them, they designed them with the capacity to silt in. So they were initially designed to silt in a certain amount when they were
Some
first
of them are
built.
terribly shallow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one is Tawakona 21. That's the one it's on 84, right?
Yes.
It's out 84 in Axtell. It's the one where the mobile home park is right down.
Right underneath it?
Yes,
Right under it.
that's Tawakona 21. So you can see this, there's two slides of Tawakona 21, and in this slide, in the upper left side, you see a little arrow to a green triangle, and this is modeling if the dam failed at that location, where would the flooding be downstream? And there are squares, red squares or red outlines of homes or other structures that would flood if that dam failed. So it's saying that there's one mobile home here, there's another structure and a home, and then when we get to the next one, this is where that big mobile home park is with 18 that would flood downstream. So this is the one that, because it's proximity to 84, so that's state highway, could have big impacts. There's also possibility of significant loss of life. This is the one that they're doing the expensive rehab on.
So when it says other, that means like there's a building of some sort on it, like a
But
shed?
not a home, yeah, yes.
And the feds or NRCS is doing that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is just a kind of an FYI, the top 10 high hazard dams with the highest possibility of loss of life are listed there, with a population at risk of 400 people in the county. Rehab in 2018 numbers is 43 million for that. So then the last one I think, well, second to last was streets. So kicked it off a little bit by saying that we have roads that we are responsible for now that are not just chip sealed or unpaved roads in the county, that we need to put together a plan to maintain and to rehabilitate. So Surrey Ridge was built before I came here, probably needs to be crack sealed if we haven't crack sealed it already. That's something we can certainly do with in-house forces, but those roads will need maintenance every 5 to 7 years, and about every 10 years probably need to look at doing a milling and inlay or a milling and overlay to maintain those roads. And we also have roads on our list for reconstruction, like Battle Lake Road, Old Mart Lake Road, McGregor, the project that we're talking about with McGregor. And I'm sure there are others that haven't bubbled up to the top of the engineering office to even be on our radar screen yet, but we probably need to put together a long-range plan for how we're going to attack these roads over the long term. I know Commissioner Wilson's also interested in upgrading Elk after all of the construction traffic is through there, and we're not going to have the road get, beat up a lot more. So on the left is an example of a new subdivision. So it's a asphalt paved road. It's got concrete curb on it. So it's got that mountable curb that we haven't maintained in the precincts at this point in time, which at some point there'll be some needs to do things with that. And of course, Chapel Road is a much higher level of service road than it was before we did this huge project. And then there's Battle Lake Road, which is a great option. It's a great example of a road that needs to be completely reconstructed.
How long is it?
How long is Battle Lake?
It's, that section is maybe 5.5 miles, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's gonna need to be widened. It's got drainage issues, so there'll probably be some right-of-way that has to be acquired. Culverts are gonna have to be widened. It's gonna be an expensive project.
And that's why does it need to be widened?
It's not our 22 feet of width, and also the culverts end right at the end of the pavement, so it's a hazardous situation.
It'd be too sharp. The what? The culverts are too sharp because they fit this road, but this road doesn't fit our standard.
It did in the 1940s.
Yeah.
It was certainly adequate for our needs back then. And then there's other things that we want to think about, like do we want to put together a plan for removing low water crossings? Do we want to start picking them off one at a time as we have issues with them, or they need to be reconstructed? Like Hatch Road is a really good example of one. Here's Lindsay Lane that we were able to do in-house, which was a extremely successful project, working with the precincts to get that done. Residents are really happy.
Very happy.
Yeah, the precinct staff did a bang-up job on that.
Well, do you have a question?
No, I said yes.
Oh, okay.
And there's Hatch Road. We have a lot of them that are like Rock Creek. We have had several we've had to have swift water rescues at.
How many low water crossings do we have?
Ooh,
I think it's about 70.
yeah.
The one was on.
I
How
was
many?
gonna say
70.
70.
70.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did we spend on, Lindsay Lane? How much is that gonna end up costing?
Well, because it was Waters of the US, the
It costs a little
environmental
more.
study cost us $20,000. And then it was just the cost of the culverts and your staff's time. That was it.
But the study was 20,000?
Yeah.
So is that gonna be true on any
No, I don't think so, if it's not Waters of the US, but also that one, we wanted to do it in a really short time frame because we wanted to get it done before it got rainy, before we had to deal with the issue again, so we did that one on a faster turnaround. But I also think we know a little bit more about what needs to be done and how to do them, so we could look at possibility of doing it ourselves.
Yeah, be good. Okay.
And then we have regional flooding concerns. We have Western Hills over in Spiegelville, that whole subdivision. I don't know if we have the appetite to start looking at regional drainage studies because dealing with the issues in that area will not come with an insignificant cost because it's flat. All the houses are built on grade. It'll be a tough thing to solve. But we need some direction about whether or not those are things that you would like us to start diving into and figuring out.
That has a lot to do with, how to, instead of dealing with each lot or those things, you deal with getting the water out of there as fast as you can, which means might need to be a lot of work done
Yes.
on the lower side, anywhere around it.
Yep.
It was, yeah,
Absolutely.
it wasn't a good place to build.
It's a mess out there, and it's
Yeah.
literally, not Jerry, but Billy Garrett at one time when I first came in, he said, it's literally a little town that's built in a bowl.
Yeah, yeah.
Just in the expense, I can't imagine what it would be to,
Just modeling it and studying it is going to be very expensive to try and come up with alternatives. And I'm not sure where that falls in the hierarchy of,
and does FEMA have
Priorities.
funds that they can dedicate to those type of deals or not? But that sounds like a 2027 or 8 project.
I agree.
Way past.
I agree.
Well, I mean, you couldn't build the roads up because then you'd flood the properties more.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
it's not,
Same way with ditches.
It's a mess.
good luck.
Yeah.
So, these are just FYI,
Yes. These are just FYIs.
And
So,
not-
I mean, yeah.
future
this is-
planning is I mean, I think you're on the right step, to, go ahead and put these in
I've been here 6
Appropriate
years, I've
land.
never gotten one of these before, Judge. This is great. I mean, it really is. It's very
Presentation.
great presentation.
It's hard to look at, but it's
Yeah, it
a
is.
good one.
Yeah, it's hard to
I
stomach.
think from a prudent thing to do, we should at least start small and start working our way in and have a plan and start working the plan, even if you can only fund that plan at, $1 million a year towards bridges and $1 million a year towards dams, so that if, God forbid, we have a plan and we're working the plan.
Yeah.
That's the most important.
It is, I agree. It's like an ADA project, you gotta be showing that you're trying to correct.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope,
Very-
I know
very
these are
good.
big
Amy,
numbers.
thank you.
Well, one other thing, I mean, when we're talking about, say, the bridge program, $3 to $4 million annually, that wouldn't be something, we need $4 million next year. We would
Right.
need design money next year, and then we would need construction money the following year, and more design money and construction. So it would build up to something like that.
Yeah.
So it's not that I'm saying, we want $10 or $12 million a year starting next year.
Right. Okey-doke. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead, we'll go, I think this project list, do we want to run through these and,
We can, if
Okay.
you want.
That project list? Okay.
yes. And so this, some of these extend, of course, past 2027, but I was gonna kind of layer these into our permanent improvement funds as they stand now in a sec, and kind of, if y'all still have some time.
Yeah.
I think that will give you a good glimpse of what funding we have available right now, and if these get approved, how you would layer those in.
Okay, so the first one, the 7 bridge repair, we're ready to bring to you for letting. You know what the engineer's estimate is on that?
That's pretty close.
Yeah, okay, so the 950,000 is probably a good number. The 2026 bridge repairs that are in design right now, that's kind of a swag number, that 1.2 million, but based on the bridge repair package that we're gonna let, we'll have a better idea, but I think that's probably 1.2, 1.5, it's probably good. Thompson Road already let, and 7 Mile already let, so we have the numbers for those. Battle Road is probably an 11 or 12 million dollar project, so if we want to move forward with that, the first thing would be consultant, and the consultant, I imagine, would be $1 million or $1.5 million for design. So that would be the first phase of that. Cow Bayou 8, we are going to get the majority of that funded by the state, so that's not as concerning. I would maybe put in $20,000 for a match in case we have to do a match for something. 19, we haven't really started to look at yet. So spring of 27 is probably a little optimistic for that. And then the dam repairs and the bridge repairs, the dam repairs, we have not dug into those yet to really put together a plan. And one of the things that we were going to do is ask Freeze and Nichols to update their study for us so that we would have a better idea of how we would put that in there. So I think probably for dam repairs, if you put, I don't know, $500,000 for right now. And then the 2027 bridge repairs, we do not have the inspection reports yet for the bridge inspections, so $1.5 million for a placeholder is fine. Is there any other ones that you can think of?
Not right now.
Okay.
Has Battle Road just totally failed? Is that what happened?
Well,
I mean, the reason I say that is because we rebuilt Old Bethany. It was 7-point-something miles, and we did it ourselves with Road and Bridge 1. Now, it may not have all the drainage it needs, but we redid the road, and that's what people are really concerned about.
What did it cost you? Remember?
I don't remember, but we've done it, we did it over a period of a couple of years.
Yeah.
Time, we didn't do it all at once, but we still handled that 7 miles ourselves.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is it possible to build it by the 5 miles? And the second question would be, doesn't Battle Road run into Mart?
Through the back way, yeah.
But it runs into Mart through the back way.
Yeah, eventually.
How much of that is in the city of Mart then?
Hardly any of it. Hardly, just at.
Runs
part
all
of
the way
it's
to-
in
runs all the way to-
Hallsburg, right? Part of it's in Hallsburg.
Yeah.
Part of Battle Lake's in the city limits of Hallsburg. We're gonna go there again?
So it wouldn't, let me think.
I thought it ran into.
So you have to take another turn to get to Mark from there, but, yeah, we really need, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Wilson. He lives on, right there in Battle.
Yeah.
And,
But I guess to grind it up and redo it to our specs, even though it's not wide enough, we don't do drainage, what would the cost be on that to get it to where in decent shape and not $11 million?
I can look at that for you
Yeah.
and let you know. I think the problem is it's got base issues, so it's very much out of shape.
Yeah, it's gone out of shape totally, but.
And then could they start picking off the culverts one at a time? I don't
I don't know.
I don't know how much other work Commissioner Wilson has on his plate to be able to say whether he could take it on or not.
That's just a huge part of the 16 million total.
It is.
One road we're talking about. Well, that's something to see what alternatives.
Well, you decided to do it with Chapel and you decided to do it with Spiegelville and so Surrey Ridge.
Little different tax base, but
What do you ask her, Francis?
Well, so taking that list, and again, like, Amy was saying, those are estimates, of course, and then that's over a period of time, not just next year. But I wanted to take this amount, just knowing that, it's tentatively on our plate for the near future. And then also take what TJ presented earlier today, and I know those were minimal increases, and some of them we already talked about holding off on. But we pulled together what's sitting in our permanent improvement funds. And this is, in the packet we passed out earlier, it was the permanent improvement fund packet. This is the back page on that stapled together group of papers. And so what we did here is just kind of walk forward all of the funds that make up what we call our permanent improvement fund. And then kind of show you what you have already allocated within each of those pots of money. And so, of course, Judicial Center being that big piece that's eating up a lot of the fund balance. You'll see at the bottom section of that page, the road and the bridge projects, of course, that have already been bid out. We've done budget amendments for those amounts. And so then you'll see there, if all of those projects were just complete today, they were just all done, you would have an estimated available fund balance of right over $27 million. And so, that's the number we've come back to here and there throughout the year. And so primarily that's the, the remaining balance plus interest in that last bond proceed, pocket of bond proceeds that we have in Fund 425. But then below that, and stop me if I'm running through this too quickly, below that in the section with the gray boxes. So that's just, looking at today, Haley's updated that based on some discussion you had with TJ, but those were some new projects that TJ presented to you today. We have projects that are being carried forward or need additional funds that he walked through. And then there's that 16 million, again, just, something just to kind of to look at and layer in there, see what that looks like. And so as of today, if you were just going to allocate all of those things presented to you today, you would still have an available fund balance in your permanent improvement funds of 9.3 million.
9.3?
Yes, sir.
Instead of the 7.8 right here?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yeah, we updated this.
Because we've already updated.
Yes,
Okay.
as we've been talking.
And
so-
that's assuming that all of this was finished in 1 year's time?
Yes. So just like as of today.
That's what I was going to say, that
Yes.
these projects are going to extend past one budget year.
100%.
So
But
I
it's
guess
just,
we need to narrow that down, right? I mean, if we're going to add these projects.
so what we usually do for, Amy was saying, when you start bidding out, we usually don't allocate a set amount until it gets bid out and approved.
Okay.
And then we would come in and we would place that in there. But it's just, I think just at a glance to have an idea of what she has presented as, on the near horizon, what that would look like. Of course, if you have future debt issuances, that would increase this amount. If we push money to permanent improvement from the general fund, from the M&O tax rate, I know that might not be an option this year, but that's a goal I'd like to get to in future years. That will continue to grow this balance. So that's just as of today.
So what I'm hearing is if we did everything that we talked about today, and it was all completed in this next fiscal year, we'd still have $9 million left in
yes.
that.
And if you never added any money,
Fund
if you
balance.
never had another bond
Right,
issuance.
exactly, in
So,
the 401.
But realistically, it might be a couple of years for it to be another bond issue because we don't have enough debt rolling out and our INS rate, we
Yes, sir.
keep it the same.
Yeah.
But it'd take 2 years to do all those
Oh,
projects.
at least.
But I think this number was just, I wanted you to just kind kind of have a ballpark
Worst case,
idea. Because if you have a project come up unexpectedly, or something that we don't have on one of these lists today, just to know that, you know,
Yeah.
hey, we, in the back of our minds, a lot of that's already spoken for in some form or fashion,
Right,
so.
right, okay.
Very rough there, but,
That's interesting.
but,
Yeah. What else?
so, I want to make sure you all don't have anything else. I didn't mean to step on y'all's time.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Sorry to be the Debbie Downer at the end of the day.
She has been very patient today.
But you mentioned happy hour, so I thought you'd buy it.
I am.
Okay.
Okay,
Leave this here.
what's next?
So that's all I have kind of on our agenda that I wanted to get through today. I know those were some very, very heavy topics today. So, but again, we can continue talking today if you're,
What about 170th?
so
Yeah, what happened to them?
I can text her and see if she's available.
We kind of know what they want, right?
Yes, I think, just hearing from her,
Okay.
her plan, I think.
Especially being new, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me,
She said you could text her.
I did.
One 70th. $21, she's asking for about $22,000 difference. Is that correct?
And there was some personnel requests, and it was all centered around the move of that docket, towards some criminal
Oh, is there another
cases,
page?
and so, I think that just was coming best from her.
So,
But while I'm waiting for her to hear back, go ahead, Commissioner.
no, I was just gonna say, so the page that you presented that's here is going to be her presentation. This is what she's asking for right here.
And a new position as well. That
What?
was a new position that was all related to the change.
Is that in here?
No, that's something
not
Autumn
on
will
the-
have.
Okay, that's not in here. Okay.
But I think there's a lot of questions about that would be best explained by her in person, but if I hear from her, I will let y'all know here in a sec. But while I'm waiting on that, then tomorrow, coming back after lunch, as we usually do on a Wednesday at 1:30, and then I'm just trying to get as many of these smaller departments as possible tomorrow. I've added a few already today that I'll give you an updated listing of those in the morning, or in the afternoon, rather. But just trying to go through all of these so that Thursday we can really circle back and come back to
Right.
making some,
So we have those 4 tomorrow. Has anyone else asked to speak tomorrow, other than District Attorney, JP 4, District Clerk, and Specialty Courts?
yes. Also have JP 1-2 will be with us, Judge Durham, and then Constable 1, Walt Strickland, if
Hang on.
needed.
What's Judge Durham requesting?
So he just had some changes in his budget, and I think we ran through it, but I think anybody who had an increase, we've asked them to try to bring it down as close to possible as last year. If you don't need to hear from him, we can,
He's what, 1.1?
1-2.
He's 1.2, isn't he?
So, I mean, some, minimal increases, but they are increases to his budget. So I just kind of took from y'all that y'all wanted to hear from those departments if they weren't able to keep their budget the same as last year.
What about Constable 1?
He has a vehicle request,
Naturally.
but we just want to be able to check through these departments and know that you've heard those.
Well, Judge Durham, since he's new, it'd be fine for him to come in.
And yeah, and he said he's available tomorrow, so.
Okay.
So yes, we'll just try to continue to check off. Judge Long is not available
Okay,
this afternoon.
okay. Okay,
Get her in here this week.
all right. Anything you want to summarize today about, or?
So I know Sheriff's Office, they went through all of their increases, and
Yeah.
I know there was a few things they said that they were okay with holding back on, but we need to walk back through those and see what y'all's thoughts were on those as well. On Thursday morning, we asked them to come back so that they had some information they wanted to present about personnel.
Yeah.
And then today, of course, we heard from Hub. And so we've taken that number, that 10% number on the county portion, and I think Haley's already done it, but we'll work on this tomorrow morning and get you the revised sheet sent out. But plugging that into that main summary, so just an additional layer of something that we may need to look at.
Okay.
So we'll,
You think we will, Thursday, we'll be able to clean it up?
that is my goal, yes.
Yeah, okay,
That is what I'm hoping.
okay. All right.
I'll try to be really organized where we can come back. But the big thing is on Thursday is coming back to that main summary, that big picture, and being able to make a plan of what we need to do
Right, okay.
to make that work, so.
Okay, if there's not anything else, we'll recess until 1:30 tomorrow.